nation in all the wrong places. Chemical fascination destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
Good evening, everybody. I guess a late afternoon, however which way you want to look at it. One thing I did forget to bring up here, as I'm noticing already, is the uptime, so I'm going to fix that right away. Got to get that started, I guess, on the intro sequences there, so that'll be a little bit off, I guess, on just a fair note. Probably good 4 or 5 minutes, I guess, of that. So, welcome anybody to Spline Design Studios Saturday. Getting a little bit late started, obviously, but looking forward, I guess, to being able to get some more work done on the scratch track build of the North Wilkesboro Speedway. Been assisting Racer James 76 on this. Gotten some new information. To include the actual LiDAR information of the track, cloud point data. So I've had to work that thing out there. It's obviously a pretty in-depth scan, to be honest. So yeah, I've had to. It's a very beefy one compared to a lot of scans that have used for previous track builds. So yeah, it took me a little bit, I guess, to get some things chunked out there and get what I need to work with, I guess, in this session for today. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get right into this. Let's bring this over. So got the track folder open, I guess, for what we're working on here. Like I said, I did get some new information, I guess, from James to include. Yeah, here's the LiDAR information that I have. What I've had to do is chunk out just the information that I need. What we'll be working on today is the starter stand for the track. That's going to be our primary focus in this session today. So that's what we'll be creating here. But James has got ground plane for this. He's already created a geometric spline, if you will, as far as a low poly model, for the most part, I guess, of the LiDAR information. I am not going to load the entire LiDAR information as far as the point cloud data, because it is, like I said, very beefy, and it's a huge hit on the resources of the PC as far as RAM and whatever. So, as I've said, what I've taken the liberty of doing is actually chunking out the portion of the LiDAR that I need as far as the height data for the starter stand, and you'll notice all these spiky bits that are in here. That's part of the cloud data. So there's like a portion of the grandstands that are here. You can see these little spiky bits or whatever. That's all part of the LiDAR let me hide this here for a second, just to kind of give you an idea. So all these little spiky bits where I got the box, that's the spikes that do pertain to the starter stand. So I can kind of show this here. So if I unhide this box, so that's just going to kind of be my reference as to what I'll need to work with. That's not going to be the actual object itself. It's just a point of reference, if you will. So one way I can kind of show this, how I've gotten this all into position, is to bring up the ground plane and go like this. Let's go like that. And I can bring this up so you can kind of get an idea of how I've positioned this. So if I go into it like this, and let's hide this box again. Hide this box again, you can get a little bit clearer idea of what I'm working with here. So in the actual SAT image and the ground plane, this is the actual orientation of the track. You can see how the low poly spline of the track has been created based on the SAT image and the LiDAR together. So all these little pieces here are just kind of toning down, I guess, what the LiDAR actually have, which, like I said, it's a lot of information. So as far as to use that directly, as far as to create the track, is nearly impossible. So we have to take the initiative to create these low poly models of the actual track that include all that height data from the point cloud data, that being LiDAR. So as I was saying, as far as like just showing, let me bring this up a little bit more actually. Let's make sure I'm on the ground plane and just bring this up. You can get a pretty good idea. So all these spiky bits, this is all lined up. Like I said, the SAT image is lined up right with the point cloud data. So all these little spiky bits that are right here represent the starter stand. So you can see the starter stand on the SAT image. I can render this and kind of give a better oh yeah, I forgot about that. We don't have the other textures, I guess, that he's got in the scene, which is fine. So yeah, you can kind of get a better idea, kind of show it off a little bit better. But yeah, this white box that is in the SAT image, that represents the starter stand, and all these points represent that that starter stand. So that height data is what we're going to need in order to create our 3D model of the starter stand for the track. So that's what is going to be our focus today in this session for Spline Design Studios. Now, I may not necessarily use a spline to actually create the model. I've got some picture references, some pretty useful picture references that do let's see what I got here. So yeah, here's some picture references that I did happen to look up based on the track in its relatively current condition. So this doesn't have the banner on it. You can kind of get an idea of how this thing is designed. It's got some tubular steel, some tubular metal that actually make the frame of it, but there's also some boxier bits like towards the bottom to create the floor. So this is kind of going to be our approach to creating this model. This is going to be our rough frame that we'll create for that, and then the banner that goes over top, it'll probably just be planes over top of this frame that will have the actual signages or sponsorship and whatever happens to go on it. I've got some other pictures that do show it with items on it as far as the name of the track and the sponsorship and whatever. So this is the same starter stand, I guess, from a different angle. This is obviously when the track was still in use. Not exactly sure what year this is from. I want to say it was like maybe 96, somewhere in that range. I could be wrong. Just based on the actual car models, will seem to be the Gen 3 or Gen 4s. But in any case, this is part of the reason why we've, James in particular has taken the initiative. Here's another picture of a different angle. It kind of shows more signage, information that's on the actual starter stand. I'm not 100% sure if these are like just like plywood, painted plywood or what have you. More or less, probably what I'll end up doing is just applying, like I said, just a simple plane, I guess, to those facades of this starter stand. in order to apply a logo to it. See, I got some other angles here. There's this one. This shows it a little bit different. This is more, I want to say current. This was in the 2000s. I want to say it was right around 2008, 2009. Was one of the last times that the track was actually used by another series. So it still shows that starter stand in that condition. It's got some signage on there, but yeah, it's still relatively the same structure as they used back in the day, back in the 90s and such. So yeah, this is just another angle. It shows the back side of it where there's really no plane on it. There's some flags that are in here. Not sure if I'll get that detailed, I guess, with, you know, putting some standing flags in there or not. We'll see how it goes. We'll just go with the flow on that. So yeah, but for the most part, what I'll focus on is at least getting the basic structure to it, which is this right here. As far as to get, I'll probably use the same idea here as far as using cylinders to create the tubulars steel, and you know, some boxy parts, I guess, for the supports and stuff like that. So that's what we got to go on, and we'll need all that, you know, to get that, the actual height as far as how high it is, you know, how much, you know, what are the dimensions and the measurements for this. That's where the LiDAR comes in, you know, using that real world information to actually be able to create it to scale. So again, that's what we'll be doing today. So let's go ahead and bring this back down to where it was. Okay, bring our box back. Let's see here. Yeah, I want to bring that. There we go. That's what we want. So yeah, you can see even closer here. I just moved the ground plane back to where it was initially. So you can kind of see. Let me focus on this. You can kind of see this is my reference box. Just a simple box, just to let me know where that starter stand is actually located on the track, and which point cloud data I need to go by. You know, like I said, this is just a portion of the LiDAR, you know, as a whole, that I've used, or whatever, just to make it more simple, so that it's not going to be so taxing on the system, I guess, to have to constantly keep rendering, I guess, that all that. I'm only needing this portion of, and I can kind of hide some of these pieces here, just kind of show you what this point cloud data looks like even closer. Let's see here. So that's object 7. So I want to take out everything but object 7. Just a second here. I'm trying to remember all what I had. Okay, I want to keep box 5. Yeah, that's how it works. So I'll just hide these items and kind of show you a little bit more. So here we got just the point cloud data and my reference box as far as where that starter stand actually is located. So you can kind of see with this box, all these little points here represent that. So that height, the actual point of these spikes in the cloud point cloud data is the height of that starter stand, I should say. So that's why I've got this lined up. So that's basically going to be the height of it. So if you consider just looking at the purple box, that's going to represent the height, the actual height of it. So this, all these spiky bits, some of these can tend to be a little bit, in fact, I can do it this way. So all these spiky bits necessarily represent like the fencing and the walls or whatever of the actual track. What James has already taken the initiative of doing, and I'll bring that back in, is to create that little poly mesh based on that information in the LiDAR. So if I bring back the track, you can see exactly what. Now if I take the point cloud data out, object 7 that is, yeah, so I want to hide that. So now you can see this is roughly how our grandstands, or our starter stand is going to look, with exception to possibly Now the wall, let me see if the wall's actually in here. I don't think he's actually got that in here. He's just got the outside, you know, like the fencing and whatnot. So consider, if you will, if you look at the picture again, how it hangs over the track. So this part that actually hangs over the track, so this piece here that's out in the track, we only need to consider, you know, if you were to kind of outline this and just kind of chunk this area out that's actually sitting on the track surface, that's how high that would sit. So if you were to only envision, I guess, this part right here actually hanging over the track, that gives you somewhat of a better idea. And it'll make a lot more sense as we proceed here, I guess, with creating this model. But also just to kind of give you some idea of what I'm using as a reference, I guess, to create this model. So I'll probably keep these two items on here as far as this low poly track model of the geometry of the track based on the point cloud data, and my reference box to create this item. So we're going to get right into it. Not wasting any more time. Let's see. Yep, figured an ad was coming. Let's see if... Okay, that was it. That's just a quick one. Cool. Yep, been using, continuing to use. I'm finding it, you know, pretty reasonable, I guess, as far as Techno Axe's royalty-free music. He's got a YouTube channel that has plenty of playlists on here to choose from as far as royalty-free. It's all techno as far as 8-bit and dubstep and things like that. Very useful, and it does give you, you know, just something to, especially when you're streaming. So I found it very useful. I've used it the last few streams already. So yeah, highly recommend, I guess, that channel. Techno Axe. And just like it sounds. Okay, so where to begin? So what I want to do first, at least, is I want to create these cylinders, I guess, for the tubular steel. So we have, you know, basically 1, 2, 3, you have 4 of them here with the opening. So they're obviously all different sizes. These two on the end here are probably and these uprights are probably the same. So probably what I would do, let's create a cylinder. Now I have no idea. I'm just going by as far as what gauge of tubular steel this probably is. That's probably one of the only things that I'll probably have to guesstimate on, as far as actually how, I don't know what gauge that steel is, as far as how round. But I can definitely use my references here that I have to help me determine that, as far as not making it too thick or too thin, if you will. Alright, so what I'll do, it doesn't really matter, I guess, where I do this, because I can reposition it. So I'm going to go create standard primitives and then do a cylinder. And then I'm going to keep these parameters just as they are. Other than changing the height segments, I'll change that up. I don't need 5. I'll just go with 1 on all these. And we'll keep it at 18 sides. I may necessarily have to adjust that down. I'll be able to adjust a lot of these things even once after I create it anyway. So I'll just let's start off at 1. I don't need all that height segments in there. And then what I'll do is just go ahead and draw this out. So you can see, I'll be able to resize this, so no worries about that. So we get initial cylinder out here. And from here, I got everything in meters. So what I'll do is I'll probably just go ahead and scale this, since I have no real-time data as far as like what that actual is. I could probably go out and search for, I guess, different gauges of tubular steel and use that as a reference as far as how thick and what have you. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. Now that I say that, give me a second here. So I want to, let me bring up a browser here, and I'm going to second here. I got too many tabs open. So I want to duplicate. I want to why is it not letting me create a new window? What's up with that? Oh, here we go. Yeah, Firefox must have updated on me. Oh, yeah, so let's bring this over.
The usual today.
Another ad. Okay, so let's just bring this over, and we're gonna type in here just tubular steel.
Slow-smoked beef brisket with Nashville hot seasoning. It's topped with melted pepper jack and our sweet and tangy
Just type this in here.
served piping hot on a toasted cornbread
And
roll.
what we can do from here is this gets
The new Nashville hot brisket.
see, these are the
Firehouse
square
subs.
type, so I might be
Which one
have
more
I need
subs? Save more lives. Click the banner now to start your order.
let's see what we got here. That might not be what I want. Tubular steel, I guess I was thinking that it would be actually tubular. So I might necessarily be mistaken there. So let's see. Let's do gauges, because that's what we're looking for. Tubular steel gauges. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yeah, so this is what I was looking for. So the thickness of it, and this is in inches. So a 19 gauge is, I think that's, I was thinking right around 19 or 20 gauge is probably what's on there. I could be wrong. We're going to check this out though. So the thickness of this, like I said, this is all in inches. 0.042 inches. So what we'll have to do is convert that to meters. Let's see how this works. So if we convert, let's do inches to meters. Because that's what we're, the units of scale that we're using, that's what, the simulation that we're working with, it works in meters. So we've got our units of measure in 3ds Max set to meters. So I need to set, we're going to go with this 19. I just want to get a rough idea of how thick this is going to be. So 0.042 inches. So I'm going to type that in. We're going to get this as precise as we can actually can. So that's going to equate to this much in meters. So what I want to do now, be it the fact that this is square, I was thinking it was going to be actual tubular. This might be a little bit different, but we're going to go ahead and try this anyway just to see how this comes out. So I'm going to copy this to 3ds Max here for our size. And I want to actually get into here and change the radius. We're going to paste this into here. Because obviously what we got there is way too big. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's zoom in on that. Let's see. What in the world? The heck? What do we got here? That's definitely not... That seems way too thin. So what, I don't know if it's... Let me rethink this here. Oh, I see what it did. So because it's so darn small, it only put the 0.001. So it cut everything else off. I don't know if that's what's making a difference here. So if I go into... Yeah, so it's only doing it up to... Huh, this might be an issue. I might have to think of another way to do this. So these thicknesses here... I think what that's considering here is just the wall thickness. That's not actually... okay, so that's... I need to rethink this. So to get the diameter of an actual 19 gauge piece of tubular steel, that's what I need. Yeah, these thicknesses here are just like the wall thickness. Yeah, now that I look at that again, that makes more sense. As far as what I've put into Max there, that's that value. So I need actual dimensions of a 19... and that's going to range differently too, depending, because you can have different diameters of 19 gauge scale, for example. So I may have to completely guess at this, to be honest, which I don't really want to do. I was hoping to be able to let's let's see. Let's use what I'm thinking in mind of as far as the what this represents here to me, what I'm feeling. Let me go back in here. Where's my picture? This picture here, it looks like probably, I want to say a 4-inch diameter, maybe 4 or 5 inch. I'm gonna try a 4-inch. So yeah, I'll plug that into, and we'll go from there. So let's do that. So if I plug in 4 inches, that equates to this in meters. So I'm gonna copy this. This should be a little bit more realistic. Go into max. And plug that into the radius here. Paste that in. Okay, now I think we're cooking. This looks a little bit more realistic to me. So this would be the roughly the thickness, and it might even be 3 inches. Let's put this in the orientation here. Now, as far as the length of it and all that stuff, I can adjust that as well. Not going to worry about it just now. I just want to get as much to scale as possible. So if I was to put this, let's do a angle snap here. Let's apply our angle snap. Go to rotate. We want to rotate this down 90 degrees. Okay. Now we need to bring this up. Turn that off. Let's bring this up. Yeah, I know it's too long and all that stuff, but I think this might actually be pretty decent. I think this might work. This might be about the only thing I might necessarily have to guess on as far as the thickness. And this is, you know, just using common sense, I suppose. As far as that being, you know, if you've ever worked with tubular steel, I guess like that, as far as like looking at the thickness of that, or the diameter of it, or what have you. That definitely, to me, looks right about 4 inches. Thereabouts, give or take. So, this is what I've got this in here represented as. So this is a 4-inch piece of tubular steel. That's what that's representing. I think that might work pretty good. Now if I scale this down, let's see. So I've got this box, which represents our, I can use this information. I still have that modifier in there as far as how wide it is and what have you. So, I just gotta remember which, okay, that's that way. The length, which is this way, okay. So I need this value. I'm gonna plug that into our little converter deal here. Do I want that in inches? No. I want that. I need the meters. Alright, hold on. I need... Oh my goodness, I'm having a brain fart right now. So what I gotta think this through. I want to get the size of this, so this is in meters. My brain is so fried today, I'm telling you, I apologize. So this right here is actually, oh, I wanted to get how, yeah, the inches in this, I suppose. Yeah, that's what I need. So I'm taking, what I'm trying to get here is, by taking this information from this box, I need to get this in inches so I can get the meters. That's what I need. So I can get this size. So I need to take that value, plug it into here, and that'll give me the inches at least. Okay, so that's that many inches, which is a little over 2 feet. Sounds about right. So I want to take that information here and apply it. Okay, I could have done that. I didn't even need to do this. Okay, that's coming to me now. So I could have just actually take this information off the box. I didn't even need to do this actually, but that gives me at least some reference as far as, does this make sense as far as it being 27 inches, which is about 2 foot 3 inches. Does that make sense as far as the actual depth of this? Possibly. Hard to tell, but that's what that equates to. And that's, again, I'm just referencing as far as what I put on based on the ground plane with the sat image and the height data, as far as the point cloud data. So we're assuming, you know, based on what we have there, as far as the way we've got this lined up, that is that many inches. So what I need to do is take this value off the box and apply it to this cylinder here. So we're going to copy this to this, which would be the length. That would actually be the height because we've got it sideways. So the fact that we're working with the cylinder, the height would actually have to be adjusted. So we'll paste this in here. So this is the length of that needs to be. So that just needs to go right here. So you kind of see where I'm going with this. So that's our one piece of steel, tubular steel. And I can change this. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that as I say that. If I have to pivot on this, I'm going to center it to that. Just to make it a little bit easier. And then we're going to build off of this. So we can necessarily, once we get this one sized up, we can clone it to fill in all the other pieces. So getting this first initial piece here is, you know, kind of somewhat critical. So I'm just going to kind of clip this into our box. And I'll, you know, kind of even maybe use the box, you know, as far as like where those planes for the sponsorship plaques and what have you will actually go. So I can use this as a guide only, I guess, as far as where to place these. Just to get them roughly into place, and I can adjust as I go. So now we got that in place, so I can kind of hide this here for a second. So now we got that piece of tubular steel in place, and this piece here would represent this piece right here. If you can picture that. Okay. Yeah. I always forget to keep something highlighted and max it out, keep it focused, I guess, on that point there. Alright, so from this point, I can clone this and put it over to the other side. That's what I'm thinking of doing. I can fill the two ends in afterwards. At least that's what I'm thinking anyway. So let's bring our box 5 back. That would be this, our reference box. Okay. Now this one here, I'm going to go ahead and clone it. Rather than make a whole nother cylinder, I already got this sized up to what I need, so I can just do a copy of it. And I can rename that if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. Slide it over to this side. Yeah, we're going to put some detail in this thing, rather than just making it flat. I could necessarily take the approach of just making a simple box and just kind of apply that texture, I guess, to the texture to make it look like it's tubular steel. But I think it would be a lot cooler, I guess, to have it as an actual 3D tube. To be perfectly honest. Okay, so we got that on this side. Let's see how far. Got that clipping through here. I'm going to change the color of this thing because it's just to give it some contrast. As it is right now, it's hard to tell. So let's go into our material editor. Bring this up here for a second and just pick a sphere. Change the color here. Let's put blue on it. That might be pretty cool. And we'll apply that to the box. There we go. That gives it some contrast. You can kind of see where the tubular steel is in our reference box. There we go. So now we can see how much we're clipping. We'll put it right about there. Go back to this one. Check this one out. Okay. Right about there looks good. So now, I think what I'll do... There's a lot of different ways I could go about this. I'm not worried about getting all these interconnected and such just yet. I want to get this initial layout of it first, and then I can kind of, you know, tie these all in together so it looks like one solid piece, as it does here. So like all these cuts to make these corners and stuff like that, we can do that all after we get our initial layout of this frame. So, one thing I don't know as far as the distance, here's another piece of information that I don't know. As far as how, what's the distance of this tube. Now, I can use what I already know as far as that 27 inches that's here and give a pretty good guesstimate that's a little over half that distance here. So the fact that this one's a little over 27 inches this way, as we've already concluded by this value, putting in, based on all the information that we have applied already, this one's 27 inches. This one's obviously a little bit more than half of that. So if we take even half of the 27, we can plug this in here. So if I go, let's go back into here. We're going to take this value and plug this into our calculator. If I go paste that into here, and then we want to divide that in half, and then just go from there. So that's 13.56. So even if I just rounded it to 14, that's probably going to be pretty close to what the size of that tube here is. Because if you were, think of the symmetry of this. If you were to actually fold this, up into this one right here, you could see that would probably land about halfway to that. Okay. So, may even go, like I said, to even so far as just to round this to 14, which would be 14 inches. So if I put 14 inches in here, that'll give me my meters value. So let's put that in here. We'll do 14. Even I can do 13 and a half. I can go either way. I can go either 13.5 or 14 rounded up. Either way. So this is our value for meters. Okay. So that we'll need to create those uprights. So let's do that. So let's go back into Max here, and we'll clone this. We're going to have to obviously rotate it 90 degrees, and I could change the pivot, so that should help a lot. So let's do edit, clone, make another copy, and then what I want to do is take this and apply an angle snaps and rotate this 90 degrees this way. Like so. And I'm looking down here. What's really useful with the angle snaps is it goes in 5-degree increments. So the fact that you're not going to get it too wonked out, so that angle snaps is very useful in that regard. So I don't need that anymore. So now I can kind of slide this roughly into position, and then we'll go ahead and size it based on that height here. So now let's go into this. We're going to need to change the height to that value that we came up with here. Need to copy this value. This will make that piece 14 inches. Okay, so we're going to paste that into the height value here. Something didn't work. Alright, what did I do wrong? Okay, that's pretty obvious, not right. So, what did I put in there? Did I put in the wrong value? 14 inches. Well, what the heck? Let me go back here. Not sure what I did wrong. Obviously did something wrong, because that's obviously not the right size. Yowza. Okay, let's see here. Alright, what did I do wrong? So, where's my calculator? Yeah. 14 inches. Yeah, that wouldn't be the meters. I'm just trying to think of what I did wrong. That's interesting. Alright, so if I need it, it was 27 inches for, let me copy that again. I gotta go back. So, gotta love that. So let's go back into this one. So this one was a height of this. And it's on its side, but this is still a height. Let's go back into here. Put that meters value in here. Whoops, you don't need the M. Whoa, wait a minute. What's going on? What? Hold on. No, that ain't right. What in the world did this do? Okay. I gotta sort some things out here. So that is in meters. Hold on. Something went funky here. So I put that meters value in here. That's 145. No, that's not right. That can't be right. What in the heck is going on here? See, and I started off with inches only because, yeah, that was the thickness of the tubular steel, which I didn't really need to do anyway. Let's just change this to feet. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I'm missing something. Again, still having a brain fart here, so things aren't working like I would like to. Alright, so let's go ahead. Let's do feet. And meters. Let's do this one. Okay, so let's try it this way. So if I put that same value here. What in the heck? Am I copying correctly? What the hell? Alright, I'm completely confused now. I don't know what's going on. So I'm taking that value, copying that. How did I get that one? I'm confused right now. What the heck? Are you messing with me, Google? What's up with this? So copy that. I mean, common sense tells me that this is definitely not right. The distance of that is not 12 foot. I mean, as far as the the size of our tube that we need for our starter stand. Common sense tells me that's something that's not jiving. But I don't know what I did wrong. I mean, clearly... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see if I did something here. This is showing 3.689. That's what I copied. So what the heck? I don't understand. How is that wrong? I guess I don't get it. This is not. This is very unusual. All right, hold on. Okay, now I can't. Why can't I deselect that? Hello. All right, what's going on now? Now I can't deselect this. What's going on? What are you doing? Enter. Things are happening that I'm not expecting here, so just give me a second here, folks. Why is it not letting me deselect that? Hello? I can't deselect that. Why is this? What is going on? I'm confused. Huh. I don't understand why it's not letting me deselect. Try it this way. Hello? What am I missing here? I mean, this is part of the reason why I actually had to chunk out the point cloud data, because it was actually doing this type of thing. Because there was so much information in that point cloud data, but I don't even have it all in here. That's what's crazy. So it's already starting to wig out on me here. I don't know what's going on here. I cannot deselect this. What's going on? Why? Alright, let me try something here. I'm going to try and save the scene. And I'm probably going to have to reopen this. I don't know what's going on. It's like locked up for some reason. Alright, let's try this. Very unusual stuff that's been happening lately. I don't know what's going on with that, but we're going to try and save this scene. Where is my... where's my working folders? Starter stand. There it is. So I'm going to put this in my 3ds folder here. And I'm going to make this Go ahead and save this right away. I'm gonna see if I can just reopen this deal. Something's going on. I don't know what. All right, let's save that. Now what I'm gonna do is close this out. Yes. Let's exit right out of this. I'm gonna have to reload Max right up there. I'm not sure what's happening there. So I got the track open here. Let's reload Max. That's unfortunate. But this might necessarily be some of the things you might deal with. Might have to deal with. Okay. So here we go. We're going to load Max back up here and see if we can open this scene. Point to that. So I still got my pit stall. Some starter stand. Here we go. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, let's try this again. So we should still have all of our modifiers. Okay. Good. Yeah, something I did when I selected this and tried to change the length of that, it wonked out. I'm not sure why. Let's see, now I can select. Doesn't usually happen, but I guess first time for everything, I suppose. So what I need to figure out is why. Let me try plugging this back in. It's not giving me the same value that I initially came up with. Okay, so the fact that it's... Why is it doing that? Paste. Enter. I don't get this. Why is that 12 foot? That makes no sense. That's obviously not 12 foot. Here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the radius would be the actual how round it is, so that's the diameter of it. We obviously, that's pretty self-explanatory. I am not sure why. Let me check my units of measure. Something ain't jiving. So that's in meters. That's in meters. That's all set, right? Huh. What in the world is going on? I clearly got that, I guess, initially as far as the 27 inches. Why is it doing that now? For that value. So all I'm doing is copying that value. This is confusing. Alright, so 0. Let me try something here. So if I go back into here, why doesn't that clear out? It's crazy. I don't know why it doesn't let me put a cursor in here. Hello? Nothing cooperating for me today. It's very upsetting. It's starting to upset me. Alright, so let's put this. So that should be 0.689. That's what I thought. So that's 2 foot. Alright, let me go back to the inches because that was 27. Yeah, let me do this. I don't know why it's doing that though. That's really confusing. Alright, so if I do 0.689. That's the 27 inches that we came up with there. So why is it putting a 3 in front of this? That is super confusing. I don't know why it's got a 3 in front of this then. Let's try to put a 0. Oh my goodness, something's definitely not right. How did that happen? Wow, I don't understand. I'm stumped. I am clearly stumped. So if I put 3... How does that equate to 12 feet? I don't understand. something's not jiving. I guess I'm not sure why. Because what I do know is my units and measures and meters, as it should be. That's all correct. Something didn't load in. How did it give me that value, I guess, in the first place? When I put the meters in there. I am super confused right now. I don't get it. Wow. What I'm not understanding right now is it needs to be 0.689 meters in order to get this 27 inches, that 2 foot, 2.2¼ feet, whatever. And that's what I've got applied here. That makes sense logically, but the fact that the height of this is actually showing 3.689, which is equivalent to 12 feet. That's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my... Wow. Okay, so now it's not letting me select again. What is going on? I don't know what Max is doing here, so now I can't deselect again. Oh my goodness. I have no idea what's going on. Now I can't select again. Crap. Max keeps bugging out and I'm not sure why. This is super, huh. This is so upsetting. I'm not sure why it's bugging out. I need to figure that out. As far as I never had this happen before, I'll be perfectly honest. Because I'm right back to where I'm not able to deselect or select anything else. What the heck? Let's try it this way. I can do it that way. The fact that I can't do it this way, that's crazy. These measurements, as far as the units, that's definitely... Why isn't it not letting me select? I don't understand that. I can't even drag. Max is obviously bugging out for some reason. I'm not sure why. Let's see here. Got all this hidden. Trying to troubleshoot this. Two things that are going on right now as far as like I'm not able to select or deselect anything by the mouse clicks other than going into the items list itself. That's not good. And the fact that the units, which is in meters, when I plug that in there, doesn't equate to what I get here. This is what I should be able to put, 0.689, but it's for some reason putting it in as 3.689. So the scale is obviously not correct. I'm not sure why. Super strange. I don't know what happened. I might have to start this all over again. I don't think I have a no, unfortunately I don't think I do. Obviously there's something possibly in the scene that is, okay, that's our point cloud data. Something's bugging it out, I don't know what. Alright, that's 3, let's see what we got. See, I the thing I can't select anything in here by mouse clicking, that's nuts. I don't know what's causing that. It was working fine when I initially loaded it. Okay, let me try and reset it again. That is super strange. Sorry for the technical difficulties here, folks, but yeah, obviously things aren't jiving for some reason. I mean, it was initially. Everything that was coming up in our conversion and stuff like that was legit, but for some reason Max is not translating that properly. I don't know why. Oh my goodness. This is really going to stink, because if I have to recreate that point cloud data, that's not going to be fun. That's totally going to kill the stream. Guaranteed. Alright, so let's see here. Let's try and repoint this. Try this again. Hopefully it doesn't do that. Yeah. This right here is just the textures I don't have for the original scene that James had done. Which is not, shouldn't be an issue. Okay. What I might, I don't want to have to do that, but see, I can select right now so far, so I can, with mouse clicks I can select these, but why is it not converting, not necessarily converting, but why is it translating this as a 3.689 and not a 0.689? That's what's really confusing me. This is what it should be here, but for some reason it's doing 3.689. I can't understand that. This is not 12 foot. It needs to be 27 point whatever inches. Why? Because basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get this to the 14 inches, which is half of that distance. So if anything, what I might have to do is just, yeah, I don't know. Super strange. So what I'll do for this case, to try to work around, let me angle snap this to man, this is really bugging me. I'm not gonna lie. Why these units are messed up. Alright, so let's snap this to 90 degrees. What the heck? There we go. So 90 degrees there. So basically all I'm trying to do here at this point is just select the ends of it. I can't go by this, obviously, because that's not correct. I don't know why. That's the thing that's bugging me. Alright, so that's there. Let's go ahead and center this. Pivot. Okay. Then let's put this in the position here. Alright. Just gonna line this up. Oh crap. Nuts. Okay. So what I'm gonna have to do is let's go into this. We'll get the yeah, we'll just take the coordinates off of this one and apply it to this. Get it centered on that. What the heck? Okay. Copy this one. Okay. Now the height. I'm not liking the fact that I'm going to have to fudge not being able to copy, I guess, the actual length and all that stuff. It's, I don't know why those aren't translating. That's super bugging me right now. Alright, so now we got that centered on that. Now what I can do from here, now that I got that centered on that tube, I can adjust the, I don't even know what to set that at. I don't want to take that modifier out either, that's the thing. I should be able to copy. Wow, this is super messed up. Okay, so if this one's 3.689, let's go ahead and copy this again. Paste that into our conversion thing here. So that says that needs to be 145 inches. So if we take a half of that, man, this is just, I don't get it. It's just way off. I don't understand why. Super bugging me. So divide that in half. So 72, we'll just say 73 inches. So we'll plug that in. So that equates to this being this value. Alright. So we need to make, where's our other cylinder here? Nope. This one here. That one. So this one needs to be that long. Okay. Now as far as it, yeah, what's really getting to me is the fact that it's saying it needs to be 73 inches, which is over 6 foot. That's crazy. This is 12 foot and that's 6 foot. The scaling is just, I don't get it. I'm super confused, but I'm gonna go with it for now. I'll have to try and maybe figure that out later. Okay, put this at 90 degrees. Okay. We don't need that. Now we'll just put this into position here. Okay, I'm going to recenter this pivot. Center to there. And we'll just line this up. This tube. I'm just putting these roughly into place, obviously, like I said. I don't know if I want to put that here. Oopsie. Or if I want to put it like this. I think I'll do it like this. Yeah, I think we'll do it that way. Then we'll put the bottom tube, I guess, on the end of that cap. So theoretically, whatever, this is what we have. We got this upright right here represents this one right here. As far as the scaling of it, that's still gonna have to be seen. I'm gonna have to try and just work around that. I guess this. So basically, all I did was I just took whatever dimension that I got from this here, cut it in half, I rounded it a little bit just to get that height. Okay. So now what I can do is clone this one. Make a copy of that. And slide that over to this side. Okay. I'll just line that up with this. And these are all still remain independent, so I can adjust as I go. We're just trying to get this roughly into position here. Now what I don't like is how this is protruding outside my reference box, so I'll probably just move this in like so. More like that. We'll do that. Now I want to get these, that's on the y-axis, so let's line that up the same here. So we'll copy the y from this over to here so we can have it level, so it's even, so they're both the same on this axis. Okay, so now those are even there. Okay, so that's our two uprights. Now what I can do is take, at least roughly anyway, I can take this tube, clone that, copy it, and just slide this down here to the bottom of that. Alright, so what we'll need on this one is the height data, so we can have that at the same height. We're just going to drop it down from the height data. We're not adjusting the x or the y, just need that z data, which is the height. So I want to copy the height data from this over to this one, paste it into that. Okay, so now those are both at the same height. And this is all just rough. We'll probably necessarily have to adjust as we do this, which is fine. Now I need to make these cross pieces this way. And again, that's going to be roughly the same size as this, maybe a little bit longer. So I could more than likely probably just take, oh wait a minute. What happened? Hold on, let me back that up. What happened there? Where's my clone? Did I not clone that? That's not it. Hold on. Thought I cloned that. So that's cloned. I goofed somewhere. Yeah, I meant to make a clone of this. Oh, I know what I did. I selected that and moved that. Okay, I know what I did now. Sorry about that. So I gotta clone this first and actually get the height data from this. So let's copy this again. I need to clone this. Copy. And then apply the height data to it. So yeah, what I did was the one I already had there before I cloned it, I actually copied that height data to it, which not what I wanted to do. Whoops. What happened? Paste. Why isn't it moving down? Oh, I did the wrong one. You dummy. Okay, hold on. I need this height data. Brain fart once again. Yes, I need to move that clone. Let's make sure I got the right one. Cylinder 7. I guess it doesn't really matter as long as it's one of those. The order of it doesn't really matter. There we go. So now we got that cylinder down there. So yeah, I copied the wrong height data. I copied this height data, so it was basically keeping it in the same spot, which, yeah, was not correct. Alright, so now we're correct. So now we got, if I go ahead and hide this for a second, you can see we got our rough, we're getting there, our rough frame here. Let's highlight this here. Focus on that. See, so now you can see our rough frame of this item, of our starter stand. How much it's hanging over the track. This represents our fence and whatnot, so you can kind of get that idea. So yeah, looking pretty good so far. So now what we can do is, with what we have here, we can just create these cross pieces. So what I can do is clone this, either one of these. So we'll clone this, copy that, pull this out a little bit, and then I'm going to angle snap this at 90 degrees. So rotate this 90 degrees. There we go. And just put this into position here, and I'll probably have to make this a little bit longer. Yep, just to fill that gap in between, which is fine. I could do this one of two ways. I could go ahead and just take the modifier. I can add a edit poly. I think I'll go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and just add a edit poly to this. Still keeping the modifier. The modifier is still here, so if I want to adjust it that way, I still can. But what I can do from this one here is just go by vertex, and I can just drag these vertexes to fill in that gap. Like so. Alright. Zoom in on this a little bit. So yeah, the fact that this is all a little bit wonky in the corners, I'm not going to worry about that right now. We can clean that up as we go. We're just trying to get the rough design, I guess, of this for now. So yeah, a lot of these, being that they're all independent of each other, we'll be able to adjust these accordingly as we progress. So the height of this, I might change that so it's level with this, so I can get the height data off of that. Let's do that. So if I get the height data off of this one, like so, and then copy that height data to this. So that's even with that. So that gives you a little bit better idea of how that is. So yeah, the fact that we got all this roundness in there and that corner looks a little wonky right now, I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Now we got this entire top row is all at the same height and lined up in between there. So now I can take this one. I think the vertex is on this end. I'm going to bring them out just a little more. Like that. That looks pretty good. Not too bad. So now I'll take this one and clone it. Copy that. And what I want that height data to be at is at this level here. Wait a minute, what happened to these here? Oh, it's clipping it. Never mind. That scared me for a second. It's like, where the heck did the rest of that cylinder go? Okay. Forgot I had the track mesh. Okay, we're good. So we got this cloned. Now I want to copy this height data, the height data off of this one, and apply that to our clone. That should be the cloned one. Paste that into this height data. There we go. So now that'll be all at the same level on the bottom row as well. We're getting there. So that's our basic shape for the tubular frame. Got to put two of those, I guess, on the back side here. There's a little opening here too, so I'll be able to adjust that and create the pillars for that. To create that little opening, I guess, to get into the starter stand. Okay. Not a bad start though. So we'll take this one here and clone that, and we'll move that to the back. Okay, so we can take this. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna roughly place this like this. I could necessarily get the vertexes from the end caps on these tubes, but because I'm going to necessarily clean up these wonkiness of these corners here as far as to make it more rounded, I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. So I'm just going to roughly put this into place like so, and then I'll clean up those edges later. Okay. Again, I'm still just trying to get the rough shape of this tubular frame right now, is all. Alright, so now I want to take, now it's already at the height data, I just drugged this on the y-axis here to put this into position. So I can take this one and clone it, keeping that height data and just dragging that. I can copy the y to this just to line it up the same. So I'm going to clone this one. Okay. And then copy the y from this one. And I want to make sure I get the right clone, which is this one. And paste the y into that. Like so. So that'll line that up the same. That's directly above this one on here on the bottom. Okay. Now for these upright tubes in the back, to get these to line up, again, I can take the information from the vertex of those. I can necessarily take the vertex of this and line it up that way. But again, like I said, because these corners aren't 100% the way I'm going to have them, they're going to change. It's not really necessary. So really, I can just kind of eyeball this y coordinate in between here, in between these two right now, if that makes sense. But I could necessarily, like I said, as it sits right now, is I could take this y coordinate off of these verts to line this post up to it. That makes sense. You can necessarily do that, but because, like I said, these corners, to make it more clean, more rounded, is going to change anyway, so there's really no need to do that. It's just a rough model right now. Okay, so I'm gonna clone this one, copy it, and just drag this over like so. Now if I want to get this post over here to line up with what I match here, I can copy that Y value when I clone this one over here and just dragging it on the Y. Hopefully this all makes sense. It will make sense as I proceed here. Alright, so we're going to take this. Alright, so we're going to clone this one now. Copy that. And actually take the Y coordinate of this one. And basically by doing that, I'm lining that up so it's in the same position, so it's not too far inwards or too far outwards, I guess, from that corner position. Paste that. That was 13, 14. Alright. So there we go. So that's lined up the same as this one. Okay. So there is our box frame for tubular frame, I guess, for our starter stand. So that's what we got, this tubular frame here. Now there is like some, I'm not sure if that's metal or what that is here, but there's like some planks on the bottom edge here. I don't even know as far as the thickness of that, if it's just like some bent aluminum. I'm not 100% sure, but I think for now I'll just probably leave that out there. Now it looks like this is all actual squared steel as far as these supports here. They're not tubular, I guess, like these are. But let me see here. Kind of hard to tell. I can't tell if that's box steel or if it is actually tubular. It is definitely not as round, I guess you could say, if it is round, as it is on these. So probably about half as thick, you know, diameter wise on these supports than it is up here. Okay. Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell with all this weeds and stuff that are in here. It looks like it's got like a box tubular frame, I guess, around the bottom edge of these supports, these angled supports. I guess what I'll do for now, while I got this in here, I'm going to create this opening that's in here. I don't know how wide this is here. Just judging by that, I'm saying it's probably no more than a foot. Probably not even that. Only because I know, at least, again, I'm still kind of jaded, I guess, as far as actually what this is here, because our units of measure in this, in comparison to Max, is not jiving right now. So, like I said, I'm a little bit jaded as far as what this dimension actually is in actuality. I mean, from what I've got here so far, that looks accurate, but again, the fact that our meters, our units being in meters here, when I plug that into our translate, obviously isn't correct. So I don't know what's going on there. Somewhere along the lines the scaling is wrong, but everything that I've checked so far says that it shouldn't be. So once we get this made and actually be able to create the model, you know, as far as the 3DO, that's going to be our only way to tell that it is scaled wrong. Because if the scaling of this is wrong, that tells me everything that's in the scene is probably scaled wrong. But I don't understand how that would be, because everything that I've checked so far says it shouldn't be. So yeah, got it on meters. Everything's set right, so I'm not sure why. Like I said, we'll have to see once we get an initial model made. What I might do is just get something roughly created here so that I can spit out a 3DO that won't be accurate or final yet, but at least to get it into the track so that we can actually test it from there and see if the scaling is correct, at least anyway. Okay, so what I'll do for now is at least create this opening. So again, what I can do here is just apply an edit poly to this. So I can do that, so I can drag those verts and open that up. So let's apply a edit poly, like so. And we're going to grab the verts on this end and just kind of pull this in like thusly. And for now, be it again that these units of measure, I guess, are kind of like, I'm just going by what I do know. I'm gonna assume that the 27 inches, you know, the 2 feet, you know, next to 2 feet and a quarter is correct. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to keep that in perspective, that that is correct as far as what we initially came up with, and the fact that everything is in max here so far is not showing correctly based on what we're plugging into our unit converter. I'm just going to assume that this measurement is correct. So just kind of trying to eyeball this as far as how much opening there is here based on how much is left in this area, and just, like I said, trying to guesstimate. What tells me if this is 27 inches, which is a little bit more than 2 feet, if this was actually a foot, there'd still be a 1.5 feet left, which doesn't really make sense. If this, so I want to say this is probably maybe only 9 or 10 inches, which isn't a whole heck of a lot. It's a very small opening. Okay, so we're going to try right about there. So no, well, so from here, what I need to do is make another upright right here to create this post right here to frame in, I guess, that opening of that. So let's do that. So we're going to copy this cylinder. Okay, copy that and slide that over this way. See, I can already tell by looking at it this way that it looks like it might be a little too wide of an opening. Yeah, if I do it this way, if I do it like this, that makes more sense. So I'll put it right about there for now. Okay. Yep, we'll do it like that for now. That seems to make a little more sense. So yeah, so there's that opening that exists right here, within this area right there. And there's a ladder on this thing, so I'm still trying to ponder how I want to do these supports. If this want to be in square or tubular. It's really kind of hard to tell which they are. I mean, I could just do those as boxes instead of cylinders. I can always change it, I guess, as if I find more information out as I go. Okay, so I think what I'll have to do is probably hide this track mesh, at least for now. Let's go like this, and let's get okay, how do I want to do this? Let's create a box. I'm going to do a box. I was debating whether or not, like I said, as far as to do it as a cylinder or a box, as far as those supports for that. So these here is what I'm referring to. They kind of look boxy to me. It's kind of really hard to tell from this perspective. They definitely don't look as tubular as these do. So, like I said, I think what I will do is just try boxes. So I'm going to do create standard perimeter box. And we'll do like this. I can resize these just to get something laid out. I'm going to go ahead and apply an edit palette to this as well. I'm going to use what I have available to me right here to scale this, as far as to get the thickness that I need, you know, as far as the diameter or the dimensions of the actual tube. So I'm going to apply an edit poly to this, still keeping that this modifier in here to adjust it this way. But what I'm going to do is take vertexes this way. Just grab these verts and these verts and size it this way. You can see, you kind of get an idea of what I'm doing here. Size it that way, as well as this way. Okay. Let's adjust this way just a little more. That seems that's about right. So now I need to rotate this a couple of different angles. So I need to rotate it, number one, 90 degrees. Whoops, I forgot I'm still in here. I need to rotate it 90 degrees this way. Okay, like so. And then to get the angle that exists this way, I kind of almost need the it's not quite a 45, I don't believe. 45 kind of initially sticks in my mind, but it's probably not. So let's try that. Let's do reset this here. I'm gonna try the angle snap and see if I can put it at a 45. Yeah, 45 is definitely too steep, so it's probably more like 30 degrees, right about there. Okay, and I'll have to adjust the length of that. Okay, let's go back into here. We'll adjust the length. Well, this ought to be fun. Okay, hold on. Let me do it this way. Yeah, see, that's going to change the thickness and all that. Yeah, I don't want to do it that way. Hold on. I got a better idea. Let's do it this way. So I'm going to put this back. I'm going to zero this out. Oh my goodness, what did I just do? Oh, I had the verts selected. Like, what the heck? Alright, let's put our rotation we put here. What the heck? Oh, okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. So what I can do is just kind of line this up underneath this thing. So this is my idea here. Oops. The heck did it get way over here? Alright, hold on. Let's get this over here. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on. Let's line this up with this one here. Play a little trickery here. I want to try to get this where it needs to go, so I'm going to put this like this. I'm going to line it up with that cylinder. One surefire way to do it, so highlight that, get the Y. Paste it there. And then the Z. What that'll at least do is it'll line it up with that tube, that cylinder. Like so. And what I didn't do is let me do that while I'm thinking of it. I'll center this. At least it gets me in the ballpark. There we go. Okay, so now I'm lined up with this tube, so now I can kind of size this up here. So now from here I can take this end, just it like so, this end, and just it like so. Now it probably does need to be a little bit longer because it's on an angle, so I'm going to leave a little bit of length to that. Okay, let me check my picture again here. So it's not right to the end either, so it's kind of inset a little bit, but I can't necessarily get the angle, I guess, from the end and just kind of go from there. So keeping that right on the end, I'm going to go ahead and rotate this angle snap. Let's go like this. I think I said 30. 30, it seems about right. Okay, and then from here, let's see where I'm going with this. Okay, I'm still lined up with that. Cool. Oh, somehow that got... Yeah, so we need to clip it into that. There we go. Slide it back a little bit. Let's see, let's move it down. Kind of got the picture off the screen here, so we got this one here. So what I'm trying to do is put that roughly in how that distance from the corner of it. So like about that. That almost looks like it's not enough of an angle. As far as from here to here, as far as that angle. So looks like it needs to be angled just a little more. So let's do angle snap. Rotate it a little bit more. So that's 10 degrees, so not quite a 45 overall. That looks pretty decent right there. I like that. So I can move it in a little bit. Yep. That's looking pretty good right there. So that length, we'll probably have to adjust that in. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Just trying to get that into position here. So now from here, I can clone this over and put that on the other side. Alright, so let's clone this. Copy to this side. So we're now drag this on the X over to here. Whoops, too far. Now if I really wanted to get technical, I guess, about this, I could take the X coordinate of this one and apply it to this one, so that it's lined up the same. So it's like it's, yeah, so it's this this piece here, their support is lined up the same as this one. So let's do the same on this one. So if I take the X from this one and apply it to here, there we go. So now it's lined up there. Cool. So now there's our supports going that way. And like I said, the length on this one here, I'm not worried about it right now. Just getting that initially in there. I can always adjust that later on. Okay, so that looks pretty good, actually. So looking at our picture, now we got these uprights that are here. There's actually two different sets here. So there's one that's off the corner, there's one that's right on the corner, but then there's one that's about a foot or so, I guess, off that corner. So I'm going to put these ones in the corner first, and I can use these here that I've made to do that. So what I can do is clone one of these. Okay. So yeah, I can clone this one here. Copy that, and then we're gonna put this back to 90 degrees straight up and down, because we want that to be straight up and down. So angle snap that. Because I already had that at a 40. Okay, so I only have to go 50 degrees. Yeah, so I already had it at 40 on this one here, so I only had to go another 50 degrees to get it straight up and down. That makes sense. I didn't need to go to full 90 degrees because it was on an angle already. Okay, so this one here, I'm going to see if I can get this. I'm going to line this up with the... let me think here. The X on this one. So let's copy the X to this one. Paste that into this one. There. So that should be directly below that, in theory. And again, I'm not worried about the lengths of these all that much right now. I can always adjust that after. I'll bring this down though. So what that's creating is this rear support that exists right here. And like I said, the length of it I can adjust later on. I'm just going to keep it that way for now. This is just a rough model of this thing. So now I can clone this. Alright, and then slide that over this way, and I'm going to line that one up with the X of this one. There, so that should be roughly right below that one. And it's still at the same height as this one and so on, so you should be directly lined up in there. So the way these are intersecting should be perfectly aligned. Should be. Although I can see a little bit of offness there. Yeah, this one I just roughly placed now that I think of it. I could, in theory, line these two up. Did I not do that? I thought I did. So I can line this up with this X. Oh, that's what I did do. Let's check this again. Yes, I did. Okay, I thought I did. Okay. Well, there's obviously, I can already tell there's going to be some adjustment needing to be made because it's a little bit off as far as how much that overhangs here. So let me check this again here. So this X. That here. Yep, so that's okay. Let me line, instead of lining it up with this, let's line this up with this X. So if I copy this to here. There we go. So now that's lining up with that. So because I got this X, that X, and this X all match. So between this, this, and this, those all are the same X. Okay. I could probably do the same for this side. So if I go this X, apply that to here. already there, so just making sure. Apply that to here. Yep, so all those line up then. So this X, that X, and this X are all the same. Okay, so it should be lined up at, you know, between this triangle, I guess you could say, between this tube, that support, and this support, those are all lined up. John Von Zombie, of course I'm back. I've been back for last 3 or 4 weekends now. I think this is the fourth Saturday. Hell, I even streamed yesterday. Where the hell were you? Yeah, I was playing around with trucking yesterday, and it's just like playing around with the stream stuff or whatever, and everything was working out pretty good so far. So decided to go streaming yesterday. That was kind of fun. I did about 4 loads, not really long loads, but yeah, here we go. We're in the process here. Yeah, you have missed though, definitely. Slacking. I've got the majority of the things settled out here. I'm still dealing with some issues, I guess, as far as just the overall functionality of the PC. I struggle a little bit. You know, you probably didn't get a chance to see that, but some of my values, you know, as far as the unit setup in my 3ds Max in comparison to what I plug into Google Translate, doesn't jive. I'm not sure why that is, but I don't know if that's a system issue or what. That's something I still need to sort out, but I've just been kind of rolling with it, just kind of fudging it. I'll be able to tell once I get this model created, which happens to be the starter stand, in case you wanted to know, for this racetrack. It's part of a scratch track build of North Forksville Speedway, which is now defunct, and it's pretty much yeah, in disarray, just as you see in this picture. So it's been the privilege to be able to work with my modding partner in crime, Racer James. I guess he's taken the initiative, I guess, of creating a time capsule of sorts of this track that is, you know, very rapidly decaying, and to kind of keep it alive, I guess, in the virtual sense, be it in the at minimum, I guess, the NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. So yeah, he's commissioned me, I guess, to put together this starter stand, and this is the rough frame of this. Is what I'm constructing, I guess, as we speak. That's what I roughly have modeled here so far, and it's extremely rough at this point. I mean, it still needs to get cleaned up as far as the corners and things like that. But as far as to get it to scale and all that stuff, I've used quite a bit of real-world information to include LiDAR information, you know, point cloud data from the actual terrain data that exists there. I'm not going to load that, but just to kind of give you an idea, I do have a section of it in the scene that I can bring up, just to kind of give you a clue. So this is the point cloud data, a section of it anyway, that is in the area to which I need. So you can kind of see these little spikes that are in this area that I'm working. That represents the height data for the starter stand. And I've got my little reference box that I used, that I started off with, based on this point cloud data, all these little spiky spikes. That's what I've used, I guess, to create this. So I know the scale of this thing based on the real world information. This is LiDAR, what they consider LiDAR. This is all information that has been gathered from the actual location, right? So I've been able to use that information, put it into 3ds Max, and create this model, as well as plenty of, just about every model that's going to be created in this track build is going to be based on the point cloud or the LiDAR information, just as I am using. So I'm trying to show off, I guess, as far as what necessarily does go into creating models that are real world scale based on this, using that type of information. So Hopefully that makes sense. So yeah, this frame that I've got in here, which is going to be the actual model that I'm creating. And actually, let me bring in my, like I said, the little reference box that I made. This is my reference box based on that cloud, the spiky spikes, as we'll call them. So you can see how I've lined that up, my model up to my reference box. So all the scale. So that blue box is just my reference box. That's not going to be used in the model itself. It's just to give me some point of reference in conjunction with the point cloud data, because the point cloud data is a little bit rough to use it by itself, as you can probably tell with all the spikes. So to get something that's a little bit more uniform, that has a little bit more, smooth sides to it, it's a little bit easier to do it this way, do it that way. So let me go ahead and hide that box again. So yeah, this is how far I've gotten so far. Hide that point cloud data. So this is how far I've gotten so far with it. So I've gotten all my, select that here. So I've gotten at least this far as to get this tubular frame of this starter stand that has nothing on it yet. There's some other pictures that I have I can show. That kind of gives you an idea of what it will go on once I get past this point. Let me see. So here's some other pictures of it. So here's something when the track was still in commission. So you can see it's got a ladder. It's got some placard on here, I guess, for North Wilkesboro Speedway. There's plenty of other, like this one here. Oops, that's the one I've been working with. There's a more modern one. This was like around 2008, 2009 when the track was still being used for other series. I'm not sure which series this is, but this is right around 2008, 2009, I want to say. But it still shows that same stand, with a different placard on it, I guess, for what was going on there at that particular time. So you can see what I've got here. I've created these supports. It's pretty fresh. It's really sad to consider, though. This was, like I said, this was around 2008, 2009, and this is roughly what it looks like now. So in that short period of time, the track is just going to crap. It's kind of sad. So all the more reason, I guess, James has taken the initiative. My mining partner, Racer James, has taken the initiative to try to salvage, at least in the virtual sense, this track into the NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. I don't know what he intends to do with the actual model. Beyond that, that's up to him. I've been privileged and honored, I guess, to at least assist, I guess, in the build. I'm just kind of following his lead. But one of the other things that he's got in here, this is the actual low poly spline of the LiDAR information. So he's already taken the liberty of taking the point cloud data and creating this low poly mesh of it. As far as the height data and what have you. From what I gathered and what I've discussed with him so far, these different parts here. Let's see if I can select these. So like these polys here represent the wall and or the fence. This is the actual track surface, all these polys. So yeah, kind of gives you some idea. So yeah, this would be the fence and or the wall. You can kind of get to with having this track information in here. You can see how this starter stand fits into that, as far as how much it hangs over the track, over the fence and the wall and so on. So as far as the scale of it, having it correct to real world scale proportions and whatnot. So yeah, that's where we're at so far. And if I haven't clarified anything else well enough, feel free to, I guess, to ask away. I'll try to answer it as best as I possibly can. So, gotten pretty far in this thing so far. what I need to do at this point, I'm just looking at the picture again. I've got this off on my other monitor, but yeah, this picture, whoops. Yeah, that's the new one. Let me close that one. This one, I've got so far the supports going on an angle here, and the ones in the back. There's another set of supports that are inset, I guess, from the actual corner. So I can't tell where the ladder is if it's got them there, but I'm gonna assume there is. I can probably look at another picture to see, to clarify that. Let's try it from this way. See, it's kind of hard to tell. You can definitely see the one that's on the absolute corner, but as far as the inset, kind of hard to tell from that angle. Let's see what other pictures I got here. And let's see, this one. This one might show it. I believe it does. You can see it kind of in the shadow right there. So yeah, it's got a support right there. So there's one on the corner, there's this one here, and there's one, so yeah, there's one right across from that. So it's kind of like boxes that whole area of it in there to give it more rigidity, I guess, if you will. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and apply those right away now. So this is kind of my working folder, I guess, for this whole thing. I've already saved a scene so far, so I had some issues. I'm still kind of working through those, I guess, as we speak. Because what's really going to justify if I've got the scale of this actually correct as far as to translate into the racing simulation that I'm trying to create this for, well, is yet to be seen. I'm going to try and probably just get a rough model of this and probably spit out, just a original rough model, in the form of a 3DO to put into the track to see if it's actually correct. Because if it's wrong, then I'm necessarily going to have to go back to the drawing board and actually recreate this so that the units of scale are actually correct. But I'm just kind of pushing through it right now, just for now. Okay, so what I can do from this point is just kind of clone, create those supports that are inset from that outside corner. And I'm not worried about the lengths of all this stuff in here. These can also be shortened up and what have you later on. This is just a rough model. It's not final by any stretch of the means as of right now. So I can clone this, create a copy of that, inset this in like so. Just moving it on the X so far. That looks to me to be a little shallow. Oops, wrong one. I'll close that one. Yeah. So yeah, it's got, you can see this distance here is what I'm trying to get between this corner and this one right here. So there's a little bit of guesswork, but not entirely. We did use some practicality, I guess, as far as like the diameter of the tubular steel and what have you. We came up with 4 inches, seemed to be reasonable. And if you compare that to what we see in the picture, that seems, pretty fair assessment there. So it's like there's plenty of known information as far as like if you were to look up tubular steel, different gauges of steel, thicknesses of steel, and what have you. You can kind of apply that to what you're doing here to make it, logically make sense. So even though there is a little bit of guesstimation, because we don't have the actual dimensions of this stand, we can still use common measurements based on what is known, if that makes sense. It's kind of what we do as far as like creating something out of nothing. Alright, so I'm just going to adjust this distance here just a little bit more. And if I really wanted to get specific with this, I could create kind of like a measuring tool, like a plane, and actually make it 1 foot or whatever I want it to make it so that it's, and use that as a ruler. I have done that before. I'm just kind of eyeballing in this for now. Because again, this is just a rough model. So, just looking at the picture, you can kind of see, let me shrink this down. you can see what I'm looking at here. Oops. Alright, come on now. Oh, I see what it's doing. So let me shrink it this way. So if I bring it down this way, give you an idea what I'm going by here. So what I'm doing is taking this distance right here and making that right there. Alright, so from here, now that I got I'm pretty satisfied with where that's at, I can clone this one. And again, if I wanted to get, I can go ahead and do that. So what I've been doing is lining up most of these brackets, these supports here, with this bottom tube, this bottom cylinder, with the X on that one. So I'll do the same thing. I shouldn't really have to because it's already lined up here, just to ensure that it is. I'm just going to double check it. So I can copy this X to this one. It should be, because this one already was lined, that's what I cloned. I just drug it on the Y. So it should already be, but just to ensure, paste this in here. Yep, that's already lined up. So now I can just clone this. Let's see here. Right, so now from here I can clone this, make a copy, and I'm going to drag it this way. And I can get that lined up on this X. So I can take this tube, copy that X, like so, and paste it to this X so that lines up with that. Now I could, instead of doing it like I just did, I could have necessarily copied or cloned this corner and just drug that over and lined it up with this one. That's perfectly fine too. But just to get it lined up so that it's, you know, otherwise symmetrical, that's all you're trying to accomplish here. In any case, this should all line up perfectly. At least it should. Should. So let me do this. With that being said, I'm going to take this X, which again should be the same as this. I'm going to take this X, copy that, and line it up with this one I just put over here. And that's the same. So it didn't even shift. So that is lined up. And that's based on where I've got that, the alignment of the actual pivot. So that's probably a fair mention too. You want to make sure that you align that pivot so it's not, you know, off center, I guess, to what you know what it is you're trying to line up. But as you clone these things, if you align it up there and clone it, I guess that's all going to carry over. So like this has still got the edible poly modifier in that because this existed in the one I cloned. So all that's going to carry over. I still have the modifier, I guess, to be able to adjust it. Yes. So all that was warning me to do is because I've got a modifier in here. Anytime you move from one modifier to the next, it's going to give you that warning just to make sure that's what you want to do. And that's just a safeguard that 3ds Max has. Because sometimes that can create unwanted results. So, okay. So, now we've got it this far. So now we've got our two other supports to support, I guess, what we already had there. So we got the brackets coming down, going through both of these pillars, be it here, here, and in the very corners. That's a pretty rigid structure, if you ask me. The fact that it's got the support here going through the two pillars right here, plus, from what I can tell, on the bottom part of this, there's a box frame down at the bottom of this tying this all in on the bottom, so these don't buckle, you know, based on the height of this. So to put weight on that, it's got a box frame around towards the bottom of this. It's kind of in the weeds. It's kind of hard to see, but it's there. It's got like a box frame all the way around the bottom of these supports. So I'll probably put those in next. But so far, this is shaping out to be a pretty legit rigid structure so far. Okay, so yeah, we'll go ahead and apply a box frame around this bottom part here. So I'll probably use, I can take pretty much any one of these, but I'll go ahead and take this one, just for the sake of argument. I can clone this one. And the only reason why another reason why I guess I'm cloning all this instead of creating new boxes is I want to maintain, I guess, the same size of each one. So I don't want any of them to be, you know, deviated, I guess, from another piece. So like one being thicker, smaller in thickness, and so on. I want them all consistent. So by cloning it, I can ensure that. So I'm going to clone this one. And then from there, I can just change the length or whatever as I need. So let's clone this, copy it. And then what I'll at least do is angle snap this. Let's do it this way. That's already at 90 degrees, so I want to do 90 degrees this way. Like so. Okay, and then I can put this into position down here. Okay. And I want this to, yeah, that should already be dissecting. Yeah, that should be good. Pretty good. So what I can do from here is just kind of adjust the length, because I got that modifier in here to adjust the vertices on the ends. So as far as the height of it, that's a little bit of a guesstimation too, as far as how high it is, because all these weeds that are in here, it's kind of hard to tell. I can probably look at one of these other pictures, kind of like this one, and get somewhat of a better idea of how high that is off the ground. In fact, I will go by this one. So you can see the stairs don't even actually go all the way to the ground. See, the bottom of it's kind of hanging. But the way this is mounted to here, you don't need to. It's kind of mounted pretty solid up at the top here. So when you step off this last step, you're just stepping onto the ground. So there's nothing actually on the ground. But you can see this box frame right here. This is what I'm considering right here. So the distance that it is from the ground, I want to say that's probably about 1.5 feet, not quite 2 feet, if I was to guess. Because overall, if I go by my reference box, let me bring that back out here really quick. If I go by my reference box, the height data on this one, actually I can kind of resize this a little bit too. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Let's apply a editable poly modifier to this. And what I can do is grab the verts here. Actually, that won't give me that. Here, let me check something here. I gotta see. Go into here. 9.414. I'm just taking reference to what the height is of this as it is. So when I adjust this vertex, that should adjust too. So it's 94.14 right now. So if I adjust the verts on this to bring it up this way to the bottom of what I have here. Okay, so that value for that should adjust. Yes. Okay. Okay, so that did end up being the same. Crap. And that's probably only because I got that. The reason why it didn't adjust is because I didn't adjust the, see where what happens when you do that? When I did the hold yes, it's keeping the original pivot, which was way down here. That's where I adjusted from. So what I'm going to do is actually center that pivot to this point. Now it should match as far as the adjustment that I made. So now that's at yes. Okay, it actually didn't. See, this is what's been going on ever since this is the issues that I've been having with the units. Ever since I started, I had to restart Max a couple different times. I'm not really sure what's going on with that, but that should have adjusted. So the fact that it didn't, what I might go ahead and do is just create another box based on what I've got here height data wise for this model. So let me go ahead and hide this one for the sake of reference. I'll still keep this one, but just to, let me hide this one, hide that one. I'm going to create a new box and just have it outline this box that I have here, you know, as far as this model that I have so far. So let's go create box and just go like so. And it doesn't matter where I put it because I can set it into place. So what I want to do, let's line it up with this pillar right here. So I can just copy. Something else I need to do too. See how that pivot is where it is right there? That's what's screwed up, I guess, in that box when I adjusted it that way. I should have centered that first, and it probably would have been fine. This is why I'm making a new one, just to kind of show how this works. So it's like, I'm going to go ahead and center this right away because that's not where I want it. I want it in the center of this box. So let me just apply this to the center. And you can put this whatever you want. I just tend to use it this approach. You can essentially put this pivot wherever you want. You could snap it to an edge, a corner, wherever you want. I want it centered right into that box that I created. Okay, so from that, I can actually, on this pillar, I want to copy. And that's centered on this one too. So these are both centered. So it's kind of a one-to-one representation. When I copy these coordinates to that, it's going to put it as close as it can to that. You know, this is a different size obviously than this, but it's going to center that pivot the same. It's going to be on the same location as I copied this information. So if I copy this, there's that. And it's going to go wonk out on me just a little bit. That's fine. It'll get there. Okay. Paste that. So there we go. And then we just want to get the Z. I could probably leave it at this actually, but I'll go ahead and copy the Z as well. Like that. There we go. So basically what's happened here is those coordinates on those two, on that pillar that I was copying it from, that pivot's in the same location. So even though this is a different size than what I copied it from, that pivot's in the same location. Okay, so now from here, now that I got it lined up with that, I can kind of size this thing up. And the way I'm going to do this is just use this here. I'm going to do a hold yes, and I'm going to adjust it this way. So I can kind of drag the, oh, whoops, wrong one. I had the wrong thing selected, my bad. My bad. So I can go back to this. I want this box. And I can just kind of drag this to line up with that model. Kind of see how that works. Okay, so because I'm on that particular pivot, it's kind of on that one outside edge there, and this is, yeah, so I'll have to, yeah, let's do it this way. Let's shift this here, so go this way. Hopefully this is making sense as far as what I'm doing here. So now what I can do from here is just kind of a line up, just like so. Now that I got it roughly in a position, now I can go like this. When I copied those values, it is probably just a fair mention, just to get it in the ballpark of where this starter stand that I'm trying to create, just to get into that position. Otherwise, I would have been dragging, you know, if I was trying to drag it, you know, just in empty space there, I'd have been dragging for days, you know, to try to get it lined up there. I would have eventually got there, but just to get it to where this actually is in my scene, I'm going to eventually end up zeroing this model out once I get it. I'm not going to keep it at that coordinate. I'll zero it out, and then the coordinates that that it's at currently, I'll be able to translate that into the 3DO model once we put it into the track. And that'll make sense as we progress on this. Right now it's probably whoosh, right over your head, but it will eventually make sense. Trust me. Alright, so let's just continue to adjust this. And one thing I do like about Max, as far as being able to just drag this instead of having to keep, you can't necessarily go ahead and use the arrow keys, but being able to drag select this like that kind of makes it pretty useful. And I could have done the same thing with the other box, but I'm just trying to show as far as like what happens when you have a modifier, you know, like an edible poly or something like that, as opposed to not, and what you can do with it, and how you get that warning as far as the hold yes, you know, as far as like if you really want to step on that or not, and just how it affects that anyway. Okay, so this way. It's not looking too bad here, actually. So all I'm basically doing is just trying to get it to where it's just barely clipping through the model that I have here. And that's going to give me a better determination of where I can put this box, because I'm trying to get the height data, right? Okay, so that's pretty darn close. I'm going to go by that. So this is roughly 5.5, we'll just say 5.5 meters tall on the box there. So if I wanted to translate that, this is the issue that I've been having since the start of the stream. If I wanted to translate that meters, let's try this again. So if we take this and put this into our little conversion tool here, so these meters, that would translate into 216 inches, which we know is not right. Okay. Let me put this into feet just to make it a little bit interesting. But this is, like I said, this is the issue that I've been having with taking the information that Max is providing and plugging it into this translator. It's just not jiving for some reason. I don't know why. There's something, I don't know. I'm assuming it's up with the units of measure, I guess, the scaling and whatever that I have in Max itself. But it initially was working fine when I was doing it, but see, that actually says it's supposed to be 18 feet. Logically, if you look at this picture, there's no way that's 18 feet tall. And when you consider, I guess, if you consider this guy is 6 foot, either one of these guys that are standing in there is probably 6 foot. If you were to put them down here, this probably overall is maybe only 9 feet. But again, that's kind of using what we know is true as far as an average male is anywhere from, like, say 5'9" to 6 foot. If we were to consider these two guys standing in here were 6 foot, if we were to put, you know, because consider where the floor of it is, right? If we were to actually measure this guy's probably 6 foot. If we were to take him and put him on the ground, he'd probably come up to the floor. So there's only another 3 feet ahead of him, above that, which equates to about 9 feet. So that's just using common measurements, you know, common known measurements, roughly, to determine as far as the height of something. Okay? But also, because we don't get that kind of information directly from the cloud point data, we've already got this model in here. We got 2 boxes in here now, one with the modifier and one without, that says this is what it needs to be. Okay, so we already know that's true. As far as the values that I'm getting from Max, that's obviously what's kind of miscued. If I plug that in there, this value here is obviously not correct, because there's absolutely no way that this thing is 18 foot tall. So this is kind of using common sense and you know, it's like if something's not set up right within your program to what I'm doing here. Now, like I said, it initially was showing up fine. For some reason it screwed up somewhere. I don't know why. I'll have to figure that out later. But what I do know for sure, as far as in keeping that in check, as far as what's logical and make, you know, common sense, you know, should give you a clue. It's just like if you were a novice, basically putting that out there, if you were to go 100% by this value, it shouldn't put up a red flag for you. It's like there is absolutely no way that thing is 18 foot tall, based on, you know, common measurements. That would mean that this guy would have to be 9 foot tall, if that was the case. We know that's not true. So common sense still kind of plays a role in this. Okay. So still pushing right through it. So that's just to kind of give you an idea, you know, putting this, making this separate box here. And so now I got 2 boxes that are basically used as a reference box. So I got this one and this one. This one's a little bit taller. That's perfectly fine. So I have 2 points of reference, I guess, to go by now at this point. That's totally fine. So we're going to go ahead, knowing what we know now, that this thing from the ground up to the top point is roughly 9 feet. Okay, so knowing that, we can make a better determination of how far this is off the ground. So if we know, if you were to consider that this from ground to this top of this here is 9 foot, this is probably roughly about 2 feet up. So there's about another 7 feet between this here to the top. So we're about 2 feet off the ground there. So if we wanted to get, the whole moral of that is, like, if I necessarily wanted to create a box that was 2 feet from the ground up to that, I can actually put that at that level. That was the whole point of what I was trying to demonstrate there. So, and be it the fact that I've got these supports here probably not long enough, because I'm already looking at how close this is to that, and I know that's not true. That's not the way it should be. In fact, now that I look at this, these here actually do tie into that box frame. Now that I look at it again, these here actually do tie into that box frame. So that's something to consider as well. So that makes it actually a little bit easier. So I actually need to put this at that level. See what I'm getting at? So I would have to move this actually up to here. So this is actually what's too long. And I kind of already figured that, actually. These might be a little bit too long. I'm trying to see. Alright, so if that's supposed to tie into that, how much of an angle, let me check that out. How much of an angle is there from between here, here, and here? So this angle right here. Let's compare that. Might be able to see it from the other picture. Yeah, this picture. So how much of an angle? That's really hard to tell there too. So what I'm looking at, you can barely see it, this angle right here. So here's the box frame, starts here. Here's the one upright, and here's the angle. So there's that angle. So that almost looks about right. This angle right here. What I'm not liking is the distance from here to the bottom of the actual bottom of the starter stand. That doesn't jive. So from here to here, looks a little bit off to me. But that might be just me. So basically what I'm considering, I already know. Let me bring back. The height of this shouldn't be that far off, I guess is what I'm saying, because this is already, I know these are a little bit longer, but not that much shorter, I guess, than what I already have. So I guess for now, I'm going to go ahead and just put it at this level, and I can always adjust that if I need to. But as it sits right now, this angle looks right, as far as what's showing in the picture. Whoops, hard to see in that one. So yeah, this angle, you can kind of barely see it here. Here's the box frame, here's the upright, and here's the angle. So there's that angle right there. That seems to make sense right here. The only thing that I'm questioning at this point is as far as the distance from this to the bottom. Because from what I've been able to put in here so far, these stilts, you know, these supports, these uprights here, should be pretty darn close to what the height of that should be already. The way this is right here, I would have to cut off maybe about a foot. So there's only another 2 feet, I guess, below this box frame that I'm trying to put in. So Okay, so we're just going to leave it at that for now, and we can always see how that's going to present itself in the track itself once we get this rough model created. So far it doesn't seem too far off. So from here, what I want to do, since I got this modifier in here, I'm going to adjust the size of this to conform to this. Alright. Yeah, so that's tying in. Let me check this again. So this is tying into this here, needs to tie into that box frame on this side. Wow. Yeah, see, I might even have the angle of this wrong as well. As far as the angle of these. That's another thing, because I guesstimated at that angle as well. Because what the picture suggests is this box frame needs to tie in with this side of that angle support. So if you look at this, see how much distance there is here. So I may necessarily have to change that angle of these two to make more sense as far as like what. You see how these angled supports are tying into that box frame on this side? If I was to do that with what I got here so far, that means I would have to put, let me get out of that. I would have to put that right up here, like so. And that's totally too short. So I might necessarily have to reconsider this angle, the angle of those, which wouldn't be too hard to do. So let me put this back. What I can do from here is just select that and just adjust that angle to make it more steep, or steeper I should say. So let's do that. We'll do an angle snap, and we'll adjust this as we speak. We'll put this at another 10 degrees. Okay. And then we'll adjust this like so. And then probably what I'll end up doing, instead of applying all that same here, I'll just clone this one and get rid of that one once I get it to where I need it to here. That way I don't have to apply that. I mean, just to save myself time of having to apply everything, all the changes I'm making to this one over to that one. I'll just clone it and slide it over and get rid of that one. Okay, so let's put this one. So I'm paying particular attention now with the distance between where this is to the front of it. It's probably about as far as I want to go there. Okay. But also, how much room do I have? It's still tying into this rear support here. That's cool. Okay, so if I move this, if I bring that right about here, I'm still looking at the picture to see. That's probably about as steep as I want to go with that one, actually. So if I look at this, whoops, this one here, that's probably about as steep as I want to go with that. It's really tough to be able to determine, but what I'm looking at is what kind of a triangle that I have between this here. So far, that looks about right to me. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just delete this one right away because that's bugging me. Get that one out of here. So I'm replacing it anyway. So, whoops. Now, maybe a little bit easier to see. I'm looking at this angle right here. So if I compare that to what is in here, that looks about right to me. So this triangle that's right here, that's what exists right here. So that looks pretty dang close to me. Alright, so that being done, let's do this. What's still kind of bugging me as far as like it's almost seeming like I'm gonna have to cut quite a bit of this on the bottom, which kind of goes against what I've gone by as far as the track mesh itself and the reference box. I shouldn't have to cut that much as what's being presented here, but it's looking like that so far. Okay, so let's readjust this box frame. Still some more. Let's grab this end, squeeze it down this way. Okay. Hope I'm not confusing anybody for sure. If I am confusing anybody, got any questions, feel free to ask. I don't consider any questions to be dumb questions. Especially if you're not the type that really indulges in this kind of stuff yourself. I mean, it's kind of why I like to stream it. That looks pretty good, actually. So I'll be able to clean up this corner and all that stuff. So I'm not worried about how much this is hanging over or so on. I can adjust that later. That doesn't look too bad like that. So what now I can do from here is take this one that I've readjusted and clone that over to the other side. Okay, so copy this, and that's already centered on that, so I can just move that over on the Y, not on the X, I'm sorry. And then what I can do, that's on the X, that's right. So I can take the X coordinate of this, that's what we've been lining up most of these supports up with, is this bottom tube, bottom cylinder. So we're going to copy that X to that. Yep, copy that right in, paste. There. So now that should be lined up with all this here. So all of this here should be lined up. Cool. Alright. I think we're getting somewhere. So now we just got to finish up that box frame in between all that. So I'm going to take this. I'm actually going to recenter it since I did adjust the verts on it. So we want to center that. There we go. And then I'm going to clone that. Come on. Mouse, please. What are you doing? What the heck that was all about? Alright, clone this over here. And I can do the same thing here. I can select that X to get that all lined up. Oh, what the heck is going on? Mouse is acting up. Don't be doing that. What is going on with this mouse? Uh-oh. Mouse is acting fidgety. That's not good. It's not letting me right click on it. Cord's not in the way, that's good. Okay, so let's check this again. Oh my god, this is not cool, man. It's not letting me right click. What in the world? Huh, let's try Control C. Mouse is being a little bit, I don't know if it needs to be cleaned. It's possible. Hi, Rescue Mini Pins. How are we doing? Sorry, I just happened to look over at chat and didn't mean to ignore you. Hopefully you're still in there. I was kind of focused on some of the issues I've been dealing with here. Hope you're doing well. So let's do a Control C on that and see if that'll work. And now it's working. Paste. Now it's working. I don't know what happened there, but yeah. There we go. So that should be lined up there. Looks good. Now we got to make the two pieces going this way, as far as going across that way. Okay. So what I can do is just take either one of these, doesn't really matter, and I'll clone that. I'll have to resize it, obviously. that. And I'll have to change the rotate on it. So let's do a snap. Angle snap on this axis here. Degrees, there we go. And let's see what we got here. There's definitely going to be a lot of faces that I'll be able to remove because they won't be visible once we get this all, you know, attached together and whatnot. But as for now, what I'm doing is just kind of lining this up into here, like so, and I'm going to adjust the vertexes on this here. Let's go into here, drag, select those, and slide that over this way. About like that. Cool. And then what I'll do is recenter this. Since I adjusted that model, it's still centered on the original orientation, the length of it and what have you. So effect pivot, center. Now I can clone this one and move that to the back side. Oops. So we'll just move this here, and I can line that up. In fact, I can probably line this up with, I think the Y on this one. Let's do this. We'll do a copy. Line that up with the Y. There we go. So this is now lined up with that one and this one. These should all be the same Y. That should be perfectly lined up as far as between these points. I'll do the same thing with this one. I'll grab the Y on this one and line this one up. There we go. So that's all lined up. So there's our box frame. And based on what we see in the picture, there'd only be like another 2 feet or so below that box frame. So from there, yeah, I'm gonna leave it just like it is for now, I can adjust it later on. But as I look at the picture, what would it basically mean is I'd have to cut off basically where this angle here ends. So I'd have to cut that off. Now if I do that, that's actually going to make it too short, because this is already based on the track mesh data. So if I bring the, I'll just bring my reference box back in. I got 2 of them now. My box 5. So this here, actually that was my initial one. Whoopsie. What are you doing? Mouse is acting all kind of wonky. Alright, let's hide that one. Where's my other box that I just created? The fresh one. Ah, crap. What did I just hide? I had the wrong thing, so I need... There we go. So I want to bring my other reference box in. That must be box 13. Yeah, this one here. Okay, so maybe that's not quite... Alright, let me bring my track mesh. Is that going to make sense? I think maybe it might. Let's see. So how much do we got below? Yeah, see, there's quite a bit below the track surface here, so it might be okay. This track surface here is actually where it needs to be. So, where's our box frame at? Okay, let me remove this. Oh, yeah, that might not be too bad. This is how much we'd have to cut off. basically, on the bottom edge of that, because this is the actual track geometry here as far as the height data for the track. So this is how much we would potentially need to cut off of our model so far, which I'm not going to get that specific right now. I'm going to leave that just like it is. But if I remove or just hide, this is what's actually going to show, just like that. And that's almost exactly what we need. So here's our track. So consider, if you will, this is our track mesh. Where this white is, that's actually representative of the grass here. So this would be where that grass is right there. So there's our box frame. That's roughly 2 feet off from the ground. And then we got our distance, I guess, from the box frame up to the bottom of it, even to the top. So that's 7 foot. That's right here. So 2 feet here, 7 foot here, roughly 9 foot overall. So we're not doing too bad. I think we're doing all right. Cool. So that gives you a pretty good representation so far, I guess, as far as what we're trying to accomplish here. Alright, so box frame is in, all that's lined up. I think what I will start to do now, even as this is right now, I could probably necessarily just create a model of this. Just throw a random texture on it, somehow, just to get it into the track, to see if the scale is right at least. I might necessarily go that before I go any further, just to kind of get an idea of where we're at scale-wise. Everything that's showing up in here so far says it's okay, as far as what I've compared to our actual real-world picture references. So we just need to verify that what we actually have here is going to be legit, I guess you could say. So what I'll do is I'll save this scene for what we have so far. So a lot that's gone into this so far today. So it's so let's save this. Okay, and we'll also go ahead. Let's bring up our material editor. Trying to think of how I want to do this, so right now the way this is, it's all separate pieces here. So if I look into this, we've got all these individual pieces in here. So what I want to try and at least do, and I'll probably create a separate scene for this, just to test it. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm going to collapse this whole entire thing so I can just throw a texture on it. I'm not going to worry about mapping it necessarily, but just so it has a texture on it, so I can create the actual 3DO that we want to put into the track. I do have a rough template for this. Yeah, I do have a rough template for this, which is right here. So I'm going to go ahead and open this actually. So here's my rough template, texture template for this. This is not by any means going to be 100% what's going to be used, but it's based on another, it's just based on a rough guesstimate. So this would be for the poles, for the tubular stuff. It's got the ladder, which I'll probably make more 3D as opposed to flat. This is the bottom. This would be the bottom of the inside, as far as where you stand on the inside of the starter stand. That was just a kind of a rough layout that I did for texture. So, and it will have a transparency in it, more than likely. At least that was my initial idea behind it. Whether or not it actually will, I'll probably just make majority of everything just 3D, as opposed to not using transparency. We'll see. We will see. I'm going to go ahead and close this for now. Okay. You know, I do have those those audio cues in there, so if you necessarily want to get my attention, if I'm ignoring you, if you feel like I'm ignoring you, I guess, in chat, feel free to use one of the audio symbols. I have the exclamation point, rooster. In fact, kind of show these. It's gonna get my attention. No problem with that. They're all on a cooldown, so I'll be too worried, I guess, about but oh, in fact, this is one of my favorites. I like this one.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
So there's that one. There is the moo. I think I got it in here. There's that one, and there's also a rooster. That one really gets my attention. But any one of those, you feel free to use those. At your, like I said, if you feel like I'm ignoring you or what have you, just it's one way to get my attention. I don't want to feel like I'm ignoring anybody, but when I get really focusing in the zone with these things, I do tend to get, a little bit disconnected, I guess, with the chat. So keep me honest, okay? So what I want to do is take what I basically want to do is basically just isolate this entire thing. So let me go ahead and I'm gonna make a totally different scene for this. Let's hide that. So I want to take all of this and collapse it into one object. Okay. So let's go into our little hammer. Oopsie. This mouse, I'm telling you, has been super fidgety today. I don't know why. Collapse. Collapse selected. Alright, so now that's all in one object now. Okay, so I'm going to convert this to an editable poly, just for the heck of it. Alright. And then we're going to rename this just so I can pinpoint it in our items list to starter stand. Like so. Just name our model mesh that way. It'll be make it a little bit easier for us to find it in our items list here. Yeah, so I'm going to unhide all this. And I'm going to take out everything but that starter stand at this point. And save this as a separate scene. Alright, so let's highlight all of this stuff. We don't need it for test scene here, so we'll delete this, we'll delete all that out. So now we just got this in the scene. Now what I'll do with this mesh here, I need to make this into it. I'll just make this into a bitmap. Okay, so I'll just do a save as. Put this into a bitmap so I can apply this as a texture. And like I said, I'm not going to worry about mapping it necessarily, just oh my goodness, that's not even letting me go back. Why is that? Interesting. Must be using up a lot of memory. And that happens when you use 3D Max. Okay, so let me okay, so there's my bitmap. So that would be my texture I can apply to this model. So I'm going to go into this sphere. We're going to apply this as standard bitmap. Point it to that bitmap. So I should have a working folder here for starter stand right here. Here's the bitmap. Now normally if I would have done this as with an alpha channel, primarily in a TGA, it would have had an option here for an image alpha. I didn't save it that way, so that's why I don't have that option. I'm not worried about that right now, as far as I just want to get a texture applied to the model so I can spit out a preliminary model of this so I can get it into the track to see how we are scale wise. That's all I'm trying to accomplish at this point. So I'm going to apply this to the text, to the model, and it's going to be wonky. I'm not worried about that. So as long as there's a texture on it. I'm also going to zero this out. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to copy these coordinates, because I need those coordinates to plug into the sandbox utility to put this in position. But I am going to zero this completely out. Alright, so Let's go into here. I'm going to create a text document. Copy these informations. I'll just put chords. Okay, and copy those values. So I'm going to open that up actually. Give me some room. And I want to copy these values down. Okay, so we got that. There's that value. That's our X. Here's our Y. Let's tab over. And our Z. So we're going to need that information after we zero this out to put in our sandbox utility. Paste that. We're going to save that information. Close that for now. Now I'm going to go ahead and zero this out so it puts it in the middle of the world. Zoom in on that. So now we got this centered in the middle of the world. I don't have the grid on, which I can kind of show. There's our grid. So that's zeroed in the world. So we'll be able to apply all of those coordinates that we saved in there once we get into the sandbox. But I'm going to save this as a scene separately. So save as. We'll do starter stand. And I'll just put a collapsed. Like so. Alright. So now I can do that, and I'm also going to save this as a 3ds so I can open that up in my other version of Max so I can make the pass export. Okay, so that's another piece that we need there. So I'm going to save it. I'm going to export this out as a 3ds. Starter stand, 3ds, and save this as a 3ds. And I'll just save this as starter stand. Starter underscore stand. There we go. Cool beans. So we'll go ahead and export that. Yes. And it's gonna. It always does this thing here as far as like when you're saving in a 3ds format. Always you can only have so many characters on the texture name. You don't need to be worried about that because of the way we're going to produce it. It's going to be through pass export, so it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You can just close that. It's just letting you know that as a 3ds, it had to step on the name of that. But as we reload that 3ds into the other version of Max, it'll still be fine. I just realized. Okay, let me fix this here. I spelled this wrong. I got my characters. I'm gonna fix that right away. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this scene again. Save as, collapse. So do that, and we'll also export it again as a 3ds. Export. Understand. Yep. I'm just resaving that again. I had this spelled wrong. I had a typo on it. Okay, so now what I can do is I can get out of this and open up another version of Max and bring it in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to open this up. And just give it a second to load. I think I am using quite a bit of memory. I'm looking at the system resources here, and that doing all this type of stuff, it does take a lot of memory to do this stuff. So yeah, this is just telling me the plugins for the pass export. There's duplicates in there, which is fine. Okay, so here's our. I use Max 5 for doing this. You can use any version. Dealing with NASCAR Racing 2003 season, the pass export, you can use legitimately up to at least Max 7. I have heard other people being able to use up to like 2008 and sometimes even 2009 version of Max, I guess, to do this. I have had no success with that, so I can't justify it. But just to kind of give some clarification. So we're going to import that 3ds. We're going to point to that. So we'll go to our starter stand. So there's our 3DS we exported. And I want to completely merge the scene and don't convert the units. So here's our model. So far the scaling looks correct, which is good. I'm judging that by the size of the grid in comparison to the size of the model. So there's our model, our rough model. Okay. And all I want to double check is make sure. Yeah, see, it did step on the name of that. Like I said, because of the conventions for 3DS, I want to fix the name of this so that when I do the pass export, it'll actually be named what I want it to be. 3DS, it has a certain naming conventions that is allowed as far as the number of characters. So that was hence that warning that I got as far as when I exported from Max 14. Renaming that to what I want, which is starter_stand, and then I want to apply the texture. It's very important that you apply the texture prior to pass export, otherwise you'll get a generic texture mapping to it, and that's not what we want. So definitely want to make sure you got the texture applied. So we're going to point this to our starter stand working directory. Where are we at? Here somewhere. Something else I just remembered I failed to put on there again. I'm not even sure 100% how useful that is or not. I'd really need some clarification, I guess, from you as the viewers as to whether or not me having the show-off information that shows all the right clicks, the clicks and the buttons that I'm pressing in the bottom corner of the stream. If that is useful, I guess definitely let me know, because I mean, I can still turn it on right now if I want to. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that as I say that. Let me bring this up here really quick. Whoops. So all this is just a little I can bring this up here like so, and it shows automatically on the bottom of the screen there, but I'm gonna move this over this way. Yeah, so basically what that does is just puts that information at the bottom left corner of the screen as far as like what I'm actually typing and or clicking. Left clicks, right clicks, so on. I forgot to put that on there. So 2 follow-ups, I guess, on my part as far as like not getting the uptime started right away. It's only going to be about 4 minutes off as I'm looking at closing in on 3 hours into the stream almost. 2 hours and 53 minutes. So it's only about 4 or 5 minutes off on the uptime. So just a fair mention. So yeah, we're pointing to starter stand 3DS, and I need. Wait a minute. Oh, I must not have put it in the. Hold on. I see what I did. I must have put it out here. My bad. Yep. So here's the texture. No biggie. So I want to apply that to it. Make sure you apply it and it actually shows on there. And like I said, the mapping is going to be wonky. But we're not worried about that right now. You just want a texture on it. Okay. So it's going to look almost exactly like this when we bring it into the track, which is fine. So we're just trying to get a rough idea of where we're at scale-wise. So far, it seems to look good. Scale looks right. I'm judging it by the size of this grid, where it is in the center. So far, the scaling looks correct, which is good. Alright, so now what I want to do is export this out with this. It doesn't matter if it's selected or not, as long as it's loaded in the scene. Export this out as a pass. And I'm going to put that right in that starter stand working directory, working folder, which is right here. And I'll put that in 3DS. So I'll put that pass file. I can select pass file, which is the short name, I guess, over it is it's just a Pappy scene. Pappy being the name of the company that I guess developed the NASCAR Racing 2003 simulation. Okay, so we want to name this starter stand _stand. like that. And that's how I know whatever I'm close on the spelling is. It shows my 3DS, the max scene, and the collapse on my max scenes in the 3DS, so that's cool. So we want to spit that out as a pass, and that should show in my working folder, which it does right here. Okay, what I can do from here is also just kind of clean this up a little bit. This really needs to be in my 3DS folder, so I'm going to cut this out, paste it into here. That may necessarily screw up what's going on in here, but that's okay. I'm going to close this out. But I want all that information here. I meant to put that in there, I just didn't do that. I'm doing some cleanup right away. So I'm going to reset this. Do a no, and yes. And then just to be sure, I'm going to import this back into 3DS. Right there. And that's kind of the difference too between a scene, saving a scene, and saving, just exporting, if you will. The difference is it doesn't, so as far as any materials that you had applied to it, anything that was going on, as an export, it doesn't save any of that. As a scene, it does. So just something to keep in mind as far as like saving a scene as opposed to just exporting, because as I just reset there, being only an export as a pass, it completely resets everything. So I have to go back into the material editor, and that's exactly what I wanted, so I can actually point that texture to where I want it to point from, which is actually this folder now. So go like this, I'm going to apply it like so, and just for the heck of it, while I'm in here, I'm going to go ahead and export out another pass file. And I'm just going to overwrite this one that's already in there. Cool. So that'll be, yep, perfect. Alright, so now I'll be able to take this and that texture and put it into my Make 3DO directory. I'll open that up right now. And I know I've shown this before as far as like, you may necessarily find to want to put your Make 3DO utility, I guess, in a different location. You know, something that's more accessible. I like to consider the fact that it is a program, that I put it in my program files. But as far as creating a shortcut on your desktop, whatever like that, you can do that as well. I just tend to do it this way. So I navigate to that folder, and I need to dump my pass file and the texture minimally. And if you had any scripts like a PSG, you would put that in there as well. We don't have that. We're just making taking a raw pass file and creating a 3DO. So putting that in here like so, and then now we need to bring up command prompt. So the Make 3DO utility is a command prompt utility. It is not where you can drag this into utility and it'll spit that out. It doesn't work that way on this one. This is command prompt driven. So we need to bring up a command line, CMD, so we bring it up like this, and then you need to make sure that you're pointed to this directory. So I need to do a change directory, and then I need to cd backslash program files. This is the only downside, I suppose, to having it so deep, within my program files, having to type all this in. But creature of habit, it's kind of like a, whoops, helps if I spell it right. But basically what I'm doing is I'm actually pointing it to that directory, like so. So I'm pointed to that directory. Now that I'm in that directory, I can actually queue up the actual Make 3DO utility. And because we're using a raw pass file, we do a -p as a parameter. If it was a script, it would be a -s, and then the name of the pass file itself, which is starter_stan. And it's very important, I guess, to mention too, like, the name of your pass file cannot have any spaces. It can't have any special characters, be it like an ampersand or anything like that. If you're going to have any spaces in the name of your 3DO, you can do one of two things. You can do camel lettering, where you have the capital followed by lowercase or an underscore. Never want to put spaces in your the name of your pass file and your 3DO. So followed by examples for like starter underscore stand. If you want a space in it, use the underscore in this case. So I need to just do pass file. So that's all you need. -P for pass, starter, the name of your pass file, including the extension. There's no other parameters on this particular model as far as environment maps or anything like that. So that's all we need. We push enter, and that's going to spit out a 3DO, which is right here. Now the only other thing I haven't made yet is a MIP file, which I'll do that here in a moment. But what I'll do from here is cut this from here, and I'm going to put this in our working folder here. Paste it right into here for now. Now I need to make a MIP file. And I did this kind of somewhat intentionally because I feel this gets somewhat overlooked. You have to have it in a MIP file in order for it to be recognized in the game, right? So you can't just use the raw bitmap or the TGA or whatever. You have to create a MIP file. So I'm going to open this up with our WinMIP2 utility. I'm already going to assume you've already got that set up. I'm not going to go into how to set that up. With your WinMIP utility open here, make sure I got enter 2003. I'm going to open, point to that directory. Got too many darn folders. I got a lot of farm sim stuff going on and just all kinds of projects going on. That yeah, the one screen, if you were to look at that, some people would probably just be like, whoa. Yeah, I've got it as cleaned up as I could. So this is the bitmap. I'm not going to worry about applying any transparency or whatever to it. I'll probably end up changing it later. I'm just going to apply the MIP to it. I'm not going to change any of the parameters. It's not mapped or anything as far as a UVW unwrap or anything like that. So it's just so that it'll apply that texture to the model. You know, and it can be seen, I guess, by the sandbox utility and the game itself. So leave that all like that. We're going to go ahead and save it. We'll end up changing that later. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put this in the root of this where the 3DO is and save it. Okay, so that should have spit out a 3D MIP file, I should say. So that should be right there. So we need these two files to put in our track edit directory, which is right here. Paste that in here, and we're going to put this bad boy in here. And we're going to need our coordinates for that too. So let's go ahead and bring that up. So these coordinates that we saved, we're going to need these. Bring that up here. So let's open up for sandbox. It's got the track open here. We need to go into object placement view. And with that open, we're going to do add object. Right click, add object, and it should have starter stand in here as an option. Like this. And this is what can be somewhat, you know, it's like, where did it go? Okay. Because we don't have too many in here, I'm not going to try and look for it here because the bounding box is necessarily probably blending in with all the track textures and whatnot. The best way to look for it is actually to go into the properties for all your. So right now it's highlighted. That's the bounding box for the infield object. Just look through here and select it this way. See right now, see right now, there it is right there. Okay, so we want to set this to fixed, and now this is where we need to apply our XYZ values based on these values. So I want to copy these into our properties, whoopsie, here. So that's our X. So yeah, usually in most cases when you do initially bring in your object into here, it's not going to put it where you want it. So this is going to be what you need to do, just to get it. But this coordinate is created by Max. Before I zeroed it out, that's why I had saved these as I did. Because you wouldn't want to put it at 0. Because that wouldn't put it where you want it. Okay, so far it's good. Now it's just the height. So far the scaling looks good. So good. Now we just need the height, which is our Z. Copy. And this is what we wanted to test to make sure that the scaling of it was going to be correct. So far, it's proven itself to be. So let's look at the camera view and see what we got here. So there's our starter stand right there. Perfect scaling. Now, like I said, the mapping is going to be all wonked out, whatever. We're not worried about that. We're just looking at the scale of it right now. So if we compare this to what we actually have in our picture, that's almost 100% accurate. So if we look at this and compare it to our picture, and this is not to suggest that you would want to 100% go by a picture, but it gives you some sense of clarification. So there's our box frame there, the distance between the ground and that, as far as how high it is up above there. Now, the other thing you could probably argue is the fact that it needs to clear the fence. Okay, I'm suggesting, I guess, at this point that this fence is not necessarily the height it needs to be. Okay, because the other thing that I'm looking at is how the wall, see how the top of the wall is actually even with our, so that would really suggest that this grass needs to be level with the wall. So you got a little bit different orientation than what we have in the actual picture. Okay, but what I see here so far, if we were to consider if this was the top of the wall, this dimension is actually correct. So there might be some adjustment we need to make to the outside as far as where this stand actually is located, and then this will have to be moved up, if that makes sense. So instead of this being at this location, if we were to move this grass here to the top of the wall, that would actually clear the fence, if that makes sense. So picture, if you will, if I was to take this model, what the heck just happened there? Whoops. Did I just turn off my playlist there? Hold on. Yep. Hold on a minute, folks. I got it.
With YouTube Music Premium, explore your
And it's an
favorite
ad.
albums,
Yay.
music
Okay.
videos, and more.
So anyway,
Even
like I
when
was
you're
saying,
offline,
if you were to
provide your
consider,
and get it all
if you were to
ad-free.
take and
YouTube
adjust,
Music Premium, free for 30 days, and just
and I'll have to mention
$9.99
this
a
to
month
James
after.
too, because that
Cancel
might be something
anytime.
that we'll have to
Restrictions
consider. So if you look at the picture here, like I said, the grass is basically level with the top of the wall, right? So that's not what we have here. That's not what we have here. So if we necessarily consider moving this up, so I'll just kind of show this. So if we were to put this up, right now it's at a 9 point. Let's put this at an even 10. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know what happened there. I pushed the wrong key. I forgot I had that. That's a promo for Wreckfest. I haven't done that game in a while. Sorry about that. Pushing the wrong keys here. But, yeah, what I was trying to do here is set this up to, not really sure why I did that, though. Is that what I got that set to? Just a second. Shouldn't be. Let me try that again. No. Okay. I just clearly marked. I hit the wrong key. It's that simple. Alright, so let me put this at a 10. So what I'm doing here is just kind of leveling this off here to give you an idea. So if we were to adjust this grass here to the top of this wall, it would more clear the... So what I'm going to do is basically get the bottom where the bottom should be. There's still some that we need to cut off here probably, but let's adjust this up a little bit more. Bottom line is too, there's plenty of adjustability in this stand, but the scaling is right. That was the true test. Okay, so let's do 11.5 just for giggles. So that's clearing the wall. So again, if you were to consider, if we were to adjust, whoops, if we were, oh my goodness, if we were to adjust, yeah, so we've got some clipping in here. A lot of that'll get fixed too. As far as the way that's clipping, all the pieces in there, we'll fix all that. But the fact that the model's in here, scale looks correct. If you were to adjust this outside, and James, if you're in here, take note of this as far as like how this grass is actually in comparison, I guess, to what we have here. This grass needs to be almost level with the top of the wall. So if we were to do that, this stand would actually be in the right location as I have it, roughly, where it's clearing the fence and so on. So just something to consider. But the main test in here was to get this in here to make sure that the scaling of this thing was correct, which it does seem to be. So there we go. I could probably bring this down just a tad, actually. Might be a little higher than it needs to be, but it definitely does have some adjustability too. So let's try this at 11.3. There we go. It's just above the fence. There we go. Perfect. So there's, as you can picture here, that's what the VR starting stand, or the startings of it anyway. So from here, with that being zeroed out like it did, that coordinate probably will not change. The only thing that will change from this point is just the aesthetics of it, you know, as far as so that'll always, if I can save this PTF and just after I save that PTF to that location as it is, as it sits right there, as I bring in the new model, as I bring in the new 3DO, it'll just overwrite the one that's currently in there, and just, you know, adjust the aesthetics to where it's more appealing, I guess you could say. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and save this PTF. I'm going to switch it back over to geometry. I found it it works much more effectively. Yeah, another ad, yay. It works much more effectively to set the track back to geometry view as opposed to wait till that ad's over. Anyway, so as I was saying, it's much better to probably just by experience, I've found that it's better to switch to geometry view as opposed to any other view, to make sure that geometry is necessarily staying saved, I guess, if you will, because it creates that SBX file every time you save a PTF. So after any change that you made, be it TSDs, TSOs, or whatever, to always go back to geometry view. Yeah, just to go back to geometry view before you save, just to make sure, because that's the root mode even when you load a track in. So to go back to that mode just to make sure that it's saving everything correctly. I've found this, like I said, through experience, that if you save in any other mode, like object mode, and save it this way, some of that geometry, you know, as far as the attitude of it, tends to change. You know, and sometimes very minusculely, but it does change. So I've always I've gotten myself into the habit and the discipline of actually, before I save a PTF, always go back to geometry view no matter what you're doing, just to save yourself any headache. That way you can ensure that the geometry is going to be consistent through every PTF save, no matter what you're doing, like I said. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as, on this new PTF, we're going to go add starter stand. And it really does help how you name these PTFs to kind of give you some idea of what you did in that session, and to keep it to a minimum as far as what you're doing in that session as much as possible. That way, if by applying too much work, I guess, to one PTF, you're kind of set yourself up for failure to have to go much further back than you need to. So this is another discipline, I guess. So yeah, I'm going to name this add starter stand so I know what went on with this PTF, and that should have saved in our track editing directory, which it did. I already added this victory lane. That was one of the items that got from James, so you can kind of see this, and he's kind of shown that, I guess, on his own Facebook and what have you, but just kind of show this off this way too. So we're getting there with the objects little by little. So here's the victory lane stand. This is very nicely done, lots of detail to it. He's got these little awnings in here. He's got an AC unit here. Let me me tone down the wait a minute. I got so many buttons that aren't working today. That's crazy. Let me tone this down. Oh, that didn't work. Come on, baby. Tone down. Yeah, that's a little better. Gonna slow that camera down a little bit. But yeah, it's got all these amenities in here. It's got an AC unit here. From what I understand, he has made all these from scratch because there was really nothing available on the net, you know, with these things here directly. So these are very nicely done. All these block lines line up really nice. It's got an ambient occlusion on it. Got the checker pattern as well as that on the roof. It's pretty cool. So he's been working on some other items. He's also created this. We showed this last week as far as the garage area, I guess you could say. Very cool. So yeah, now we're just working on this starter stand, and we've got it in here. I'm kind of pleased with how it's turning out so far. We got a lot of cleanup to do on it for sure, but so yeah, well, that was my main concern, was to to ensure, I guess, that the scaling of it was correct. With all the problems I was experiencing with the units of measure and the scaling, you know, in Max itself, that was really bugging me. It's still bugging me even as I speak. Now, I don't really know what's going on with that, but as far as not being able to take the values directly from Max and put it into our little converter here, yeah, that's still kind of throwing me a curve, but I'm glad I got that. We're to the point that we got that sorted out. So everything's okie dokie. We can move on from here. So with all that being said, I'm going to reset this. And I think what I'm going to do, I know what I usually try to do is kind of create a reason, I guess, to go into the track and just do some laps, but I think I've done that enough in the other previous episodes. Even though we did accomplish quite a bit as far as creating something out of nothing, and we got this rough model of this thing here, you can clearly see it in its element, I guess, this way. So I'm not going to really, if it was more complete, I probably would go into the track, but you can see it clear enough here as far as like how it's representing itself in the track, as far as the scale and what have you. Once it's completely done, yeah, it'll obviously look a lot better. But I'm pleased so far with the way it's presenting itself. Very, very pleased. So with all that being said, I think what I will do for now, I'm going to reset this. I'm going to take a short little break, little bio break, and I'm going to be right back. So don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks. Back there from this little bio break. So, yeah, just kind of thinking as I was away there for a moment. Yeah, we'll get going here in a little bit. So I'll probably just go for a little bit longer. I'd like to try to keep these streams. I know there was we had some technical difficulties where at the beginning. But I like to try to keep these streams like well under the 4 hours if necessary. It just becomes way too long then. It's part of the reason for that. So I like to keep them somewhat reasonable as far as like especially putting up on the YouTube channel. So probably at least what I'll do at this point, as I got plenty of this stuff open still. These coordinates will still be legit. I'll still be able to use it. Like I said, there won't be too much that'll change moving forward at this point. That coordinate will still stay the same. We won't need to move that. It'll just be cleaning up the model and stuff like that. But I'm going to open up Max 14. Excuse me, at this point. I'm going to reset this. Get out of this version of Max and go back into 14. And we've already saved this. I just want to reconfirm that. So we have a new PTF save that adds that starter stand to it. So from this point, we won't need to make any other changes. Any changes we do make to the model, we'll just have to, overwrite the model that's in here currently. So we can open this up in 3D SimEd. This should open up like so. So there's the model there. And as I've always mentioned before, you don't always 100% want to go by how it's presenting in here, ever. You want to put it in the sandbox, check it in the game, and make sure it's good to go. And that's why I always usually make an effort, I guess, to go into the sim to actually check it. I'm kind of confident at this point that it's fine. I can see what's in the sandbox. There's not really that much I need to verify, I guess, as far as orientation of it. So I'll just save it. I'll save going into the sim once we got the model cleaned up a little better, being more aesthetically appealing. So I'm gonna go ahead and open Max 14, give this a second to load, and we'll move on from there as far as creation of this model. I do appreciate everybody that is necessarily lurking in the chat. If you're finding this interesting and haven't already, please do go ahead and follow the channel to get all the notifications for when the channel goes live next time. I probably, as I think of these things, I probably won't be streaming again, probably till, probably till next Saturday, unless things change. Like I said, I did end up streaming Friday, a little bit of American Truck Simulator. That was kind of fun. That was just kind of a last minute decision, for the lack of a better way to put it. I just was playing around some things, and I was already in Truck Sim, and I had OBS up and whatever, and things were just lined up. I said, hey, let's go ahead and stream. So, yeah, you just never know at this point. The schedule's kind of way up in the air. The only thing I can guarantee for sure is, for the most part, streaming on the Saturdays for Spline Design Studios Saturday. That's going to be my key focus. Everything else is more or less going to be gaming. Or just enjoying playing simulations, be it farm sim or what have you. So, just to let everybody know. So I'm going to open up our scene that is not collapsed. Okay, so I created that separate scene, if you remember. Here, so I got this one that's collapsed and doesn't have anything else in it but the stand, and then I have this one here. This is the one we want to open. Don't need to worry about those textures. Okay. So from here we can continue on fixing our model. So as far as the positioning of it, we don't need to change any of that as far as I'm concerned. We can necessarily, even what we do here, even though it's higher up in the air and all that good stuff, that's already still going to be, yeah, as long as we don't mess with the orientation of this model from this point forward, we'll be able to just directly overwrite what is already in our sandbox track editing directory, and it'll just overwrite that. it's imperative, I guess, that we don't change the orientation of this model from this point forward. Otherwise, we will see that not present itself properly into the sandbox. So, okay. We're going to hide this and just focus on... So, all this has the individual parts to it yet. This is uncollapsed. If anything, what I might do, just for the sake of it, I'll create a plane under this, just to have something else to focus on too. Yeah, let's, actually, what else is in here? Yeah, we've got stuff in here anyway. We can go... We've got a ground plane in here, actually. Let's go ahead and use that. Okay. So... Oh, wait a minute. What happened to... Yeah, what happened? We should have had, the ground plane texture should have been on there. Why is it not on here? That's interesting. Okay, let me bring up the material editor. That should have necessarily still stayed. And, oh, did I step on it? Oh, crap. I bet you I did. I think I did. So this one here... What is this one here? So, yeah, I think I might have stepped on. I didn't realize that. When I put my texture... No, I shouldn't have. Because that was the collapse. That was the collapse scene. So, yeah, I shouldn't have stepped on this one anyway. I did put the blue. Anyway, I must have did something... Oopsie. Oopsie. Okay, so this one's got... This is all what James did, so I'm just trying to make sense. I'm trying to figure out why the heck it's not showing the ground plane texture on there. What's up with that? I guess I can reapply it, I suppose. Let's try this. Not sure what happened there. Now, that might have something to do with everything else I was dealing with earlier as far as all the problems, the units set up, all that crap. I don't know. Anyway, that one's got that. At least I'm assuming that's the one that had the... Let's check here. This is the infield. Huh. Why does none of this have texture on it? I know when I initially opened this up here, it did have the sat image on the ground plane, I thought. I was pretty certain it did. So why is that not showing on there, though? I didn't touch anything on this scene. Huh. Unless... You might have had that in this one. I might have stepped on that one. That's possible. Alright, let's go ahead and put it here. I'm gonna go... We can fix this. Second here. I think I know... Okay, I know why. This is my scene. So yeah, the fact that... It's pointing to this one, though. That's kind of weird. Where is it? It's pointing to this one. That's interesting. Yeah, it's not here. Weird. Anyway, so what I'm gonna do, yeah, let's go ahead and do. I'm telling you, my brain has just been fried. I got so many things going on that it's enough to make your head explode. I'm telling you. All right, so let's go here. We need to go to let's find it here. So object. Where's that bugger? That's the Vic lane. Ah, for crying out loud, where to go? Yeah, I got my co-op later. I've been working on for farm sim. Pit stall. the heck did I do with it? Are you kidding me? What is that name? Oh, here it is. Yep, object basis. There we go. So we need, here's the infield and the ground plane. So I'm going to just point it this way. That'll load. So we should be able to apply that to there. There we go. So there's that. Yep, so at least get the ground plane on that. Cool, alright. Right on. So let's bring, we didn't have anything on the track, so that's fine. Cool. Alright, let's check a few things out here. Hide that, and we'll hide this. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and save this again. That way that ground plane's on there. So we'll do save as, and we'll save it on this one. There we go. That way when I come back to it, I'll have that applied to it. Yeah, because the fact that I saved it, that's my own scene. Changed the directory, I guess you could say, of the textures where those are located in James' scene. James' scene was, I don't have that open, but yeah, that's probably what happened there. Okay, cool. Anyway, getting sidetracked here again. Let's go back into our model here. So at least what I want to do is start cleaning up. Whoops. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? This mouse, I'm telling you. Super screwing up on me here. I couldn't right click and all this stuff earlier. Okay, so what I want to do, at least initially here, is just start cleaning up these corners and whatnot. And get it to the point where we can actually texture it. Right, so we'll highlight this one here. These are all individual pieces, so what I can do from here is just kind of, this is already an orthographic, cool. Yeah, so I want to clean up these corners so they're not all wonky like this. And one way I can do that, I should have, let me see. Nope, I don't have one in here, but I can apply one. So let's go into here and apply edit poly. Probably from this point, I don't really need to have this in here. I could probably just go ahead and, if I necessarily wanted to, I could just convert these all into a poly. But I'm just going to keep it this way. Be it the fact that we've got everything, basically we're just trying to clean it up, you know, as far as the corners and all that stuff, and apply the, you know, the planes for the placards and all that stuff. We pretty much got the basic structure where we want it. We don't really need to have, you know, this modifier in here as far as to be able to size it. We can just do that, I guess, by way of verts and stuff like that. So what I will do as I say that, I want to remove some of these polys that we're not going to need. So like these end caps, we won't need it. I'm not going to see that once I adjust these vertices, I guess, to go like this. So I'm going to tuck these in like so. Okay. Okay, so that's one. Let's get this one here. Go on polygons. We'll take, actually, that cap I might keep. I'm going to need a cap at least on 2 of them. As I think of this, because, and maybe not now that I think of it. Let me take these off. Because what I can do is basically crush it, the vertices down, so that they're like inside of these cylinders, so you won't even be able to see any of that. Right. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. So let me take all these end caps off. Whoops. I'll grab this one. Okay, so this one must have had a, okay. Some of these do have the edit poly modifier, and some of them don't, so that's fine. So I'll add this one to it. Poly. Whoops. Scroll down too far. That's what I did. There we go. Mouse kind of wonky on me. Alright, so let's go polygon. Just want to take that cap off it. Okay. Now, so let me see. I got it off of this one. That one. This one still needs to come off here. Took them off at 3, and I guess that's all I have there. Yep, I got the upright and the 2 coming into it. Cool. Alright. So now what I can do, I'm kind of considering almost cutting like on an angle like they would actually, as far as to butt these together. That's what I'm kind of considering. But I'm trying to think of how I want to do that. I could necessarily do a boolean. That's an option. I want to kind of rename some of these posts here too, so I can kind of bring these back quickly and don't have to, you know, as far as to the item list, because there's a lot of individual pieces in here. So, yeah, I'm going to kind of rename these. So I'm going to do this as, yeah, let's name this as upright 1, just to kind of help myself. So upright 1. Okay, this is just going to kind of help me in the long run when I come back into here, as far as hiding these and so on. So I'll do this as upright 2. Okay, this will make this one upright 3. And we'll make this one over here upright 4. Okay, so we got the 4 uprights there. This will be upright 5. Okay. Part of the reason why I do this is just to make it easier for me, so as I have to hide and unhide, I guess, these items as I go move along here, I'll be able to know which is what. So it's not just all cylinder or whatever. So like these here, I'll do lateral top 1 and so on. I'll name them that way. So I'll do lateral top 1. Let's do underscore top 1. This will be, yeah, I'll do this one as lateral top 2. So it just becomes a matter of naming these, you know, somewhat that makes sense for you. So like as you, like I said, as you hide and unhide these, you'll know exactly what you're dealing with, instead of just general terms like the cylinder or whatever. These here, I'll probably just name them as lateral top 3 and 4. And by lateral, it would be lateral, I guess, as far as just in this orientation. You know, it's lateral in this sense, as opposed to being upright and or vertical. I mean, I could have named these vertical. You know, I could have named them whatever you want, whatever makes sense to you, I guess. To me, it just, I guess it just kind of makes sense of. Yes, John. You rang. Yeah, so I'll just name this one here lateral top 3. Okay, so the lateral top 3. And this one over here, lateral top 4. I appreciate the alert. Are you working on anything in particular? Are you streaming? Better yet. Or are you just kind of chillaxing? Let's see. We'll do this as lateral top 4. This just really, there's really no particular naming conventions that you need to apply to this stuff. It's just, like I said, as far as whatever makes sense to you, as far as having this many pieces in here. But because I got all these pieces that I do need to edit individually, this is what creates this necessity. While you were sleeping? Man, am I that boring? That's not really giving me very much mote of confidence there, John Vaughn. I mean, really. Okay, so lateral top. I got these all as lateral top 1, 2, 3, and 4. What I'll do is I'll do lateral bottom 1, 2, 3, and 4 for these. So I'll do lateral bottom. This will be 1. Oh, you've been up for a bit? How long you been up? Did you have to work today? Or did you have the day off? Just catching up on sleep? This one I'm going to do is lateral bottom 2. Had you on the tablet. I was laying down. Oh, okay. Well, at least you're chillaxing then, basically. I was up since about 3 a.m. Yeah, you've been staying up late. I've seen a couple of your streams where you're playing the, you're still doing the, World of Warcraft. I think you were doing that with it in Invectus, or whatever his name is. You give him a lot of shit. That's what I've noticed too. Oh my goodness. It's kind of hilarious, I guess, as far as, you know, between the Discord and on the stream. Okay, so that's lateral bottom. So I got a lateral bottom 1, lateral bottom 2. I'll make this one 3. I'm kind of coinciding, I guess, with the top. So this is top 3, top 4. So I'll do this as lateral bottom 3. It's your job. keep them in line, I guess. So lateral. Do this as lateral bottom 3. And lateral bottom 4 in this one. Alright, so that's those. So I got the uprights, the lateral tops, lateral bottoms. That's basically defining all the pieces to this box frame. So now it'll just kind of be a little bit easier as far as I said. So I'll need to hide some of these pieces so that I can. I'm considering just doing a bluing cut to get that angle. That's what I want to do. Oh, you've known him since high school years. Did you always talk to him that way? He derps a ton. I've noticed that, but I don't know. I guess I've never been the type to give my friends shit like that way. But I think it's, I guess that's he doesn't seem to mind it. Just I guess he just kind of expects it. I just find it kind of hilarious. I have to chuckle a little bit every time I see it. It's like, dude. He gets kind of excited, I guess, when he's doing certain things, I guess, in WoW, that you're just like, really? You didn't know that? You know, this stuff like that. It's kind of funny. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to cut and or boolean against these two pieces. But I want to base it on, and by boolean, I've used this process before. Basically, it will apply a cut to that. Oh, does he really? I never see him do that, though. I never see or hear him do that, though. He doesn't necessarily fight fire with fire. Unless he just doesn't show it. I get a kick out, I guess, when he uses his phone. I guess to try to do text-to-speech or text-to-talk. And his comments, I guess, in the, either in the Discord or whatever like that, you can tell when he's doing that. It's just like you're always bitching at him about that. It's kind of funny. Oh, really? I guess I've missed that. So I'm just trying to figure out how I want to go about this. I think I want to hide this one, and then I want to make this cut right through here. And I might just go all the way through. I'll create a plane that'll be a cutting tool that'll cut through these two right here, and that's what I'm thinking. That should work. But it's just going to be like a simple plane. I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work. Uh-oh. Playlist went away. Hold on a second. There we go. Oh my god, that... He is lazy in everything in life. Okay, so what I'm going to do, like I said, I've used this procedure before as far as a boolean cut. But the way I'm going to apply this, it's just going to be a simple plane. And what I'm hoping that'll clearly, cut that clearly. I'm going to probably save this scene just in case it does screw up. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm at it. Save as, and I can save this as a, I can just overwrite that. Screw it. That's fine. Because it'll maintain, I guess, all those names that I applied to all these lateral pieces and uprights and so on. So what I'll do is create a plane. Oops, my bad. Create a plane. I'm going to set these all to 1. We don't need all those extra segments. Alright. And then let's go ahead like this. I can adjust the size. Alright, so let's do an angle snap. Let's go this way. 90 degrees. Like so. Oh my goodness. Yowza. Okay, hold on. How close am I to this? Hello. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about earlier as far as trying to get it lined up to that. That's why I use a coordinate that's actually on the model itself. Otherwise, I'd be here for days trying to get this lined up to the actual model. See, it's not that far off, but that's why I can necessarily take a coordinate, like from this, for example, and just copy that to that so I can get it in the rough vicinity. So let's do that. So let's copy this to here. These coordinates. See, now it's getting closer to that. Rather than sitting there going back and forth trying to get it lined up, like just pulling on the arrows for the X, Y, Z. Copy that. And we'll do the Z as well. There we go. So that's got it lined up to that same pivot where that's at. See, now I know exactly where that is. Now, from here, I can adjust the size of this. This is going to be a cutting tool. This is basically going to be like a saw, or whatever you want to call it. So, I'll just go into here. Adjust the size of this thing. So let's go like, you don't need it super wide, but I want to make sure it's tall enough to go through both of these. And then I'm going to rotate this way. In fact, I can probably put this right at 45. Let me do an angle snap. Where you at? Just put that back. Let me do an angle snap and put it at 45. There we go. Let's put that at a 45 so I can get a 45 angle on both those ends of those tubes. Okay, let's turn the angle snaps off. Let's move it in this way. You can kind of get an idea of what I'm trying to do here. I'm going to create a cut. Right on the end of these tubes here. Not exactly sure how this is going to turn out, but in theory, as far as in my head, this makes sense. So what this plane, like I said, what it's going to serve as is a cutting tool. I'll be able to cut that to get a nice corner on that, and I'll be able to snap all those verts after the cut. I'll have to remove those polys that it cuts, and then be able to take those verts on those cuts and be able to snap those together. That's going to give me a nice corner. In theory, at least anyway. Question is, I need to get this lined up to Alright, so how do I want to line up? This would be a clean cut for sure. I go here. Alright. Okay, what I'm making sure right now is I want to make sure that this cutting tool, what I'm going to use as a cutting tool, surpasses, I guess, where I want to cut on every angle. So up this way, past this way, and definitely this way. So that's a clean cut. So it's not jagged or anything like that. Just make sure I go like this. And I'll probably save this again before I do it, just so I have this all in position. That's why I took that upright out of there too, because I don't want to cut that. I just want to cut these pieces here. You know, between these laterals and these laterals. Actually doesn't look too bad like that. Cool. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll save it this way. Let's go ahead and save this. See, and what will make sense now, just to kind of show, because I've renamed those as far as the uprights. Now if I go into on hide, if I want to bring that back, see now I got this upright one that I hid. I'll be able to pick that out better because I got a lot of other stuff in this scene that are hidden. So I'll be able to choose that a lot more readily. That's kind of why I took the liberty of renaming that stuff. So now I got that saved. Okay, I want to select. This could be tricky because I'm going to have multiple pieces that I want to cut. I haven't necessarily tried it this way before. I've done it with a singular object, but not multiple objects. So I need to see how this is going to work. I think it should work, but we're going to try it. In theory, like I said, this should work. Alright, so you need to go into here. You need to go to compound objects. Boolean. Actually, I want to make sure I've got can just select one of the pieces I want to cut at least. I could probably even go so far as this way. I can select the pieces I want to cut, which are all these. Whoops, not that one. Just the pieces I want to cut. Okay, and then I can go into Boolean. Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. He actually showed me. Yes, James, what's going on? Glad to see you're still here. Yeah, I'm attempting a, I've never done this before. Maybe you can kind of clarify this a little bit. Trying to do a Boolean cut on multiple objects. So what I'm trying to cut is a 45 between these laterals and these laterals. Oh, internet keeps cutting out? Oh, that's no problem. I know that happens. Not much you can do about that. I've been pretty lucky, I'll be honest, as far as, you know, as far as the internet crashing or whatever, so no big deal. It's understandable. But, yeah, I don't know how much you're able to catch, if it's buffering or lagging out on you, but what I'm basically trying to do, I've done this with, you know, like separate objects, you know, singular objects, but not multiple objects as far as applying a Boolean cut. So I'm using this as my cutter to make a 45 degree on these corners. And I've never done it before, but in theory, in my head, it should work. Usually make copies of the cutter object. I could do that too. That's a good idea. Very good idea. I didn't think of that. You think that's probably be a better option to make in this position, just make copies of that and then just cut one each individually? Would that be easier to do, you think? In fact, that makes sense. I'm with you. So instead of doing it all at once, just doing one at a time with separate cutters. So I can make basically a clone of this cutter. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think I'll do that. So let's just do edit clone. Yep, so we'll make basically 4 total copies of this cutter. So there's 2. I guess it doesn't matter which one we're on. Yep, so let's make another clone. And another clone. So that'll be 4 copies of that. Like so. So we'll have 4 copies of that cutter. We'll make 4 separate cuts. And as long as they're in that same orientation, in theory, it should put that cut all in the same spot of every piece that I'm trying to cut. So yeah, I got 4 of them right here. I got this plane. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those cutters. Okay, so what I'll do, I can keep the rest of these open. So what I want to do, I want to cut this piece, but I want to use that as the cutter. So I want to make sure I have the piece that I want to cut selected. Go into the star here, the sunburst, compound objects, Boolean, and I want to do a cut, refine. Yes, cut, refine. And then from here, I've already got that selected as far as what I want to cut. Now I just need to do my operand B, which is going to be my cutter. So I select that, click this. Hello. See, my mouse is acting up again. So look at this. Or even just cut one side of the 45 and then snap opposing 45 verts to. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do after I cut them all. But I would have to cut each of these first before I can do that. Only need to cut one side of that vise. I think I get what you mean. Yeah, so I wouldn't have to cut the opposing piece, I guess. I can only do it on the one and then just... Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. I think I get you. Yeah, so why didn't that cut? It's got both of them in here. Why didn't it cut though? Huh. Oh, I bet you I know what it did. It's got plane 5. Shoot. All right, I think I know what it did. Crap. Now I don't know if I can go back now. Crap. Let me see here. So I need to hide. Let me see if that actually cut. So 5, 7. So I used plane 5. Did it actually cut? I don't think it did. Hold on. Unhide by name. Yeah, so it used 5. So did it actually cut? What the heck? I don't think it cut though. Why didn't it cut? Hold on, let me go back. So it supposedly used what in the heck? What happened to plane 5? Okay, hold on. Plane. Son of a biscuit. Let me go back again. Crap. I don't know what I did. It used plane 5. I saw that in the... Something happened though. Crap. Hold on. Unhide. Okay, so I still got plane 1 and 3. What the heck did it do? Plane 4. What else do I got in here? What's in my items list? So I still got 4 and 7, so that's still... Gosh darn it. So plane 4. I don't know what happened to plane 5. It was supposed to use that as a cutter. That's what I had selected in my operand, but it didn't actually cut. What the heck happened? So this is 7. Okay. I don't know what the hell happened. Okay, so it didn't cut. It's got boolean on it, but I don't see where it cut. Huh. Let's try something here. Let me convert to edible poly. I don't think it cut through. Yeah, and that's usually how I do that, but I figured as long as I had what I wanted to cut and the cutter selected, that's usually the approach I do with that, to be honest. But let me hide this. I don't see where it cut though, but the plane 5 that apparently used as the operand, as far as the cutter, it didn't actually cut it. So I got this as an edible poly, but I don't see it cut. So let me try this again. I got plenty of cutters to go by. Oh, maybe it did cut. Oh, maybe it did cut. So there's the cut. I think. Yeah, I guess maybe it did cut. Hold on. Yeah, there's the 45 right there. So it did cut it. Cool. So now what I can do is take these polys and remove them. And there's my 45. Cool. Yeah, I couldn't see it because I had all the other stuff in there. But yeah, there's my cut. Awesome. Alright. That's what I was looking for. Cool. So that did work. That's probably a pretty good clue though too. It's like, rather than try to bite off more than you can chew, like I was trying to do with using one cutter, you know, trying to make that angle. Yeah. But I think I also get what you're saying about you only need to cut the one and then just take the one that'll join to it and just snap those verts, I guess, to it, and that'll automatically line up. That makes total sense. Alright, so what that said. Let's go into verts. I got 18 sides on these things, so maybe a lot of verts to line up, but that's okay. So you can see how I got a 45-degree angle on that using that cutter. So now I can take this adjoining lateral and snap those verts from it to here, and then it'll give me that corner. So let's unhide. Lateral top one, yep, here it is. So this piece here, I'll be able to take the verts from that and snap it to them verts on this one. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Yeah, but I don't necessarily have to cut them. I probably could be overkill. I could cut this one as well, but I don't really need to. I'm kind of almost tempted though to still go ahead and cut that and just remove those polys in order to be a perfect cut. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm kind of looking at. I see what you're saying though, James, as far as just being able to take the verts off of this one and snap them to there, but I'm thinking I could still cut that, it'll still line up, and then I can just go around and weld that as far as those verts together. I'm gonna do that anyway, to be honest. I'm gonna have to shut her down, missing about everything you're saying. Oh, nuts. I hear you. That stinks. I appreciate the insight, though. Hopefully you're catching that. No worries, though. Hate when that happens, though. Damn internet. Dirty, rotten things. But I think what I am gonna go ahead and do, what James was suggesting, is only cutting the one like I did and just taking the verts off of this one and not necessarily having to cut it and just snap those verts, I guess, to that. That would line up for sure. But what I'm thinking of doing, I'm still going to go ahead and cut this piece. I've got enough cutters in here for sure. Go ahead and cut that as well, and then I'll just snap those verts together. So there's one of two ways that you can go ahead and do this. I could take, like I said, each one of these verts and go ahead and just vert snap all these to what's already cut, or just cut this piece again and do the same thing as far as just to snap those verts. But I've already got multiple cutters in here, so I'll just go ahead and do that. So I'm going to hide this one that's already cut, and I'm going to bring in another one of these cutters, which is any one of these planes, doesn't matter. Let's do plane 1. Wait a minute. Oh crap, that's his plane. Never mind. That's not my plane. I don't need that one. Hide that. That's one of James's planes. Never mind. So I gotta unhide 3. Nope. Uh-oh. Which plane is that? Plane 3. What's plane 3? Oh, it didn't even unhide it. What the heck? Come on now. Alright, so unhide. Where in the heck did it put that? It's not hidden anymore. Where'd it go? Hello? That's weird. Where the hell did it put it? So box. Oh. Oh. Okay, I had to scroll up. What is with this mouse today? I don't understand that. This mouse has been acting up today. Alright, so where's the plane 3? There it is. So that's not one of mine either. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so that's another one. Alright, so plane 3 we don't need either. Hide that. So where's my cutter one? Darn it. Plane 4. There's one. I think plane 7 is one of them too. I don't know what happened to all my planes. I only used one of them. I copied 4 of them, so I don't know what happened. Alright, hide that one for a second. Let's unhide 7. Okay, so that's 2 of them at least. So I don't know what happened there. I'm missing one for some reason. I don't know what happened there. I only used one to cut that one lateral. So, not sure. What's at least? Huh. So plane 1 and 3 are what James had put in there, so just making that note of that. Object 7, that's my point cloud. I'm going to actually label that. So this object 7 is actually my LiDAR. So I'm going to mark that just to make it easier on myself. Okay, that way I know what that is. Okay. I think what I'll necessarily get finished here is just to get these cuts in here and get those snapped together, and that's probably where I'll call it good. I think we've accomplished, quite a bit today so far, but I'm starting to get a little hungry, to be honest. So I'm gonna get some foods, so I'm gonna at least get these cut, but I'm gonna go ahead and label some of these things here. So we got so that's a cutter. I don't know what these planes are for. Alright, so again, for some reason I lost one of my cutters, but that's okay. I still got 7. So what I want to do with this one is cut this piece. So again, following the same method that I used before, I'm going to select this one. I'm going to go into here, go into compound objects, boolean. With that selected still, I want to do a cut refine. And then pick operand B, and then choose this. That should go away. So that should cut that. Okay, so now if I go into here, I'll go ahead and convert that to editable poly. That should have cut through here. Yep, you can see the 45 right there. So there's the opposite side of that, and there's where it cut. Cool. So I'll just go ahead and delete those polys out. Whoop, wrong one. Oh, don't want that one. Keep that one. But even as James was suggesting too, sometimes it does help if you only keep what you want to cut in the scene and not anything else. That is probably a good way to do it. But the fact that I still got all this in here, what really is the key is you want to make sure, as long as you only have the things selected, like what you want to cut and what your cutter is when you select the stuff, then it's usually fine. But you can necessarily make the mistake of selecting something that you didn't want to use as a cutter, and it'll cut, and then you can really screw some things up. So like the way I had the cutter, if I had slipped the mouse or whatever like that, or selected something else in the scene, and it shows that it would automatically use that as the cutter, if that makes sense. And that could necessarily be on unwarranted results. So now I got a cut on each of these. So now if I bring back the other lateral top here, that's an upright lateral top 2, that's 3. There we go. So now we got that corner. See, now I can take those verts and just snap those together. Clean that up. Actually, it looks like I got another poly in here that needs to go. Yeah, looks like it. So I gotta go. This poly here looks like it needs to go. Like so. There. So now I can just snap those verts on each of those together. Okay. And this is where it becomes. See, I don't have these labeled yet. So I'll just go this way. Like this, and we'll select verts. Now you're going to have to do these each individually, obviously. So where it can be kind of tedious. Let's see what we got here. I'm not even sure if we've got the same number of verts in each of these, to be honest. What I might have to do, this could be a little bit of a pain, actually. In theory, because of the way I cut it, it should have the same number of verts in there, but I can't guarantee that the way this is. So let's see what we got here. So if I select this one, yeah, so I don't have that snaps on yet, but I should. Can't tell if that's snapping or not. It's really hard to tell whether or not it does have one across from it or not. Yeah, see, there's some verts in here that I probably don't even need. Like this poly here. Turn that off. It has a little teeny poly right there, which I don't need probably. Just take that out. So just like when you cut a 45 on a normal piece of steel, you're gonna have some little nips or whatever you want to call them. Same thing what we're dealing with here. Alright, so let's see. My goodness, I'm not sure. I was hoping maybe I'd be able to just go ahead and I'm not so sure I can do that though. As far as just to pull it across there, let's try this though. Let's try this here. So if I go to this one. Okay, so you'll get a little green cross or whatever that tells you where the vert's at. So this may or may not work. We'll see how this goes. I don't know, I got a lot of verts over here. I don't know why those are so close together. Not too sure what that's all about. Huh. Yeah, I'm not thinking I got some verts in here that I don't really need in here, that's the thing. Yeah, so sometimes when it does a Boolean cut, it'll necessarily create an obscure number of verts that, you know, when I did these opposing pieces, right? And because of that, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that I'm going to have the same number of verts on each cut for each piece. So there's going to be a lot of cleanup on this here. I'm wondering what I could do. Let's do this. I'm going to try it this way. I want to try and pull this away a little bit so I can kind of see what's going on. Because right now they're just snapped, they're not welded. So what I can do in this piece is just take all these verts and just kind of pull it away a little bit. Just so I can get a better look at what's going on. So what I'll do is just go like this. So now I can see more of what's going on. Okay. Alright, so let's try it from this way. So yeah, I got some of these verts in here like this that are really close together. I'm not really sure why. You know, in comparison to the spacing on a lot of these other ones here, it almost seems like this one doesn't need to be here. That's kind of extra, so I think there's got to be some cleanup in the verts, because there's like several verts right here that I probably don't need. Yeah, so this is why I wanted to pull this apart here. See all these verts that are together like this? I don't think I need all those. But it's getting it to where something's going to line up on the opposing piece. That's the other thing. So let's I didn't cut it as clean as I would like it to, let's just put it that way. So if I look at this piece, you can see it's a lot cleaner, you know, as far as the spacing of the verts. So how many verts are in this one? Let's put it this way. So if I can go like this and drag select these, so at least I can get the same number of verts on each piece. So this has got 18 vertices right there. Okay. So in this piece, check how many vertices are on this one. Whoops. See how many vertices are here. This one's got 21, so I got 3 extra vertices on this piece as opposed to this one. And looking at how this is cut, I can see where the 3 are. So I got 1, 2, 3. That's what it's looking like. So like these 2 right here, these 2 right here, and this one, either this one or this one can go. Actually, there's more than 3 actually. Interesting. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. So 18, 19, 20, 21. No, that would only be 3. Huh. That's odd. Let's try that again. So let's look at these. How number of vertices in here? It says 18. So we got 18 vertices on this end, which is 18 sides. That's what I started off with as far as the cylinder. So that should be legit. So here, for some reason, I ended up with 21. Yep, 21 vertices on this one. Bottom line is I need to get rid of 3 of them so that it matches what's on this piece. So, alright, let's check this out. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and delete this one. Ah, crap. That's what I was afraid of. So as I delete these, what it's doing is it's affecting the integrity, I guess, of the shape of that. So I gotta be careful as far as how I delete these, I guess. Try this one here. So we go this one. All right. That one. Alright, we'll try those 2, and then this one up here. There. So now, hopefully what I should be able to do, if I didn't mess that up too bad. Holy crap, what the heck happened there? Well, that took a tire poly out. Whoa, that's not good. Yeah, we don't want that. So maybe it's this one? Oh, man. Don't like the results of this. Okay, that might be okay. Let's check here. Nope, that removed the entire poly too. Crap. Not good. Alright, how many verts do I have now? Just double check. 19, so I still got 1 too many. So what in the heck, man? I don't know why I cut it so wonky. One of these has got to go. That's all I know. So which one is it going to be? This one? Nope. You got to remove the entire poly there too. Yes. Yes. Sure did. What the heck, man? All I do know is one of these verts has got to go. I got 1 too many as far as what I'm trying to join here. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of cleanup on this thing here, so I'm not going to. We're already going into almost 4.5 hours in the stream, so I'm probably going to take the time or whatever to figure a better method up for this there. I don't think it's entirely a bad way to go with it, but there's obviously a lot of cleanup with it, so you kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to do as far as with the boolean cut. I've taken the approach of just I could probably go back to what James's original suggestion was just to cut the one side, and then I'm guaranteed that that piece or whatever, so I could probably necessarily do that instead of cutting both pieces and run into this issue that I'm running into. So that may necessarily what I'll consider, and that's probably good advice from what James had mentioned as far as doing it that way, as far as only cutting one piece and just lining those verts up there, because you can be guaranteed that, yeah. So that's probably what I'll end up doing, is just cutting one side and just lining those verts from the opposing piece that I want to join and snap together, you know, without cutting it. So that's probably what I'll do. So with all that being said, I think that's where I'm going to end it. You kind of get the idea of what's going to be involved. I guess with that, I'm going to go ahead and save this. Actually, I'm going to save this as a new scene, because then I can always go back, because I don't think I saved it prior to, yeah. So my last save I didn't cut at all, right? So I might just go back and do that instead of saving this. So maybe I'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I did. So I'll probably just revert back to, let's go ahead and do that anyway. We're going to reset this. Don't save this. We're going to reopen our scene. But, yeah, so reopen our scene. And basically it's going to start us off at starter stand, 3DS. So this one here. It's going to put us right back to, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, it's going to put us right back at our cutter. And actually this is going to put us back before we did any cutting whatsoever. So we should have in here, for some reason, all the way down here. So yeah, we got just our plane 4, so that's before I copied them even. So I just got that plane 4. Let's see, unhide. Yeah, because 1 and 3. Yeah, that was before I cloned those. Yeah. Because these here are what James had in there. So yeah, I'll have to make a copy of this here. So yeah, I'll just start from scratch as far as the cutting it. So this is before I did any cutting, like I said, as far as like I'll just gonna clone this. I'll cut just the one side and proceed with that. I'm gonna do that, I guess, off stream. So I'll kind of show, I guess, the results of that next week. So be sure, if you haven't already, if you're still lurking in the channel, hit that follow button to ensure that you get the notifications for when stream goes live next time. And like I said, it will be at bare minimum next Saturday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as close as possible. I know I've been a little bit late, even today. So to prove that, I'll try to do better about that. Also, be sure to check out the socials, as far as like the Discord, the Twitter, and the Spline Design Studios Facebook group page. Feel free to check those out for anything that's going on behind the scenes of the stream, you know, as far as what's coming up next, or highlights, so on and so forth. If there's what's going on in the stream, do feel free to, I guess, to check those out if you so choose. And I'm getting really famished. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I'm super hungry. I want to get some food, and I hope to see you, all you lovely people, next time. And have a wonderful evening, and bye for now.